Sports Network.
All right, 6:02 in the Rose City. Time for Jordan Sprague on Portland Sports Leader 105.1 The Fan and The Fan Sports Network. Oh, hit me with the hype horn daddy. Hello. Happy Thursday, everybody.
What is happening?
How you doing, Andrew?
Doing fantastic. How we doing today? I got a great night of sleep last night. No middle of the night pee. Kid didn't wake up. I'm feeling good today, dude.
Boy, you're winning.
I'm already
It's
one
winning.
for one, dude. I'm right out of the gate. Leadoff hitter just hit a double down the left field line,
There you
man.
go.
I'm feeling fantastic. What about you, Sprague?
I'm doing all right.
Yeah, we're doing okay.
I think I'm doing good. Yeah.
Good. We're classified as good.
Yeah, not
Yeah,
bad.
Okay.
Feeling good on a Thursday morning.
Hoop season wrapped up yet?
No, we have one more tournament, but
Yeah.
half our teams just dropped out of the tournament, so we only have 2 games for the tournament. It's on Sunday. It's a back-to-back.
They got vacation or other sports starting up?
The other teams qualified for state tournaments, and those are in Salem and Bend. We did not
Got it.
qualify.
You did not quite make the cut on that one?
You got to win a few games to do that. That did not happen for us,
And the
but
season tournament.
we're going to go down fighting hard.
That's right. You swing all the way down, baby.
That's how we're going to go down.
My niece had her last game last night, and I was thinking of you. It's almost done. The grind is almost over.
You know what's funny is about 2 weeks ago, I emailed Cleveland Youth Basketball.
Did you?
The one your niece plays for?
Yeah.
They stole one of our basketballs, I think.
You're damn right we did. You come into our territory. We're taking your balls. Was it a good ball?
Yeah, it was a very rare basketball. Now, look, I'm not
bring
saying
that to Southeast Portland.
I'm not. Well, first of all,
We're
we didn't go to you. You came. We met at a in between.
Oh, it was a
spot.
neutral site game. Okay.
Actually, I would say you more came to us.
Out in your neck of the
David
woods?
Douglas.
Oh, that's way more out in your neck of the woods than our neck of the woods.
And your team showed up to face ours.
I get blamed for all of this.
They were super late.
I coached them. I told them to steal the ball.
And the coach literally was like, "We're just gonna borrow a ball." And they just took one of our balls. I didn't notice this. My wife did. They started shooting around for a minute. The game started. And then I didn't even, know that they did this. We get
No
home.
clue.
My wife says we're missing a ball. She's adamant about it.
Where the hell's our ball?
And then
Nowhere to be found.
I emailed the program. I
Yeah.
called David Douglas. I emailed the program. I said, "Excuse me,
We're looking for a ball.
your coach may have accidentally." He said he borrowed the ball. I didn't see it, but I had a couple parents tell me they did. Nobody emailed me back.
You're not getting
Just
that
no
ball back.
response.
That ball's gone.
And I'm like, what kind of program doesn't email somebody back?
Look, I'm not going to cape up and defend that action, okay? We shouldn't be stealing basketballs at youth basketball
I didn't
games.
say you did. I don't know if you did.
I mean, they definitely did.
Allegedly.
They snagged it. And it's one of those, if you grab it on accident, because that could happen from time to time, right? Like every time I'm at a nephew or niece's game, there's basketballs everywhere. They're strewn about on the side of the floor.
See, bring your own ball.
You absolutely should.
We got a bag of balls.
And then
I bring them every weekend.
It's always chaotic at the end, usually because there's another game that starts, 4 seconds after that game's over, and they're trying to clear off the court, and the next team comes out for warm-ups. So you're grabbing all your stuff and trying to get out of the way. I could see how one could get lost in transition, if you will, but you got to notice that that's not your ball and return the ball.
That's kind of how I,
That's,
I wouldn't borrow a ball.
Let's check an email. Let's respond here. We got your basketball.
Yeah.
Let's meet at a
Just say
neutral
you don't have it
location.
even. Just if you're going to steal it, just steal it and say, we don't
Just-
have it.
Just lie about it. We don't have a basketball
Any
here.
kind of response for me just works. As long as
What are you talking about?
If I never get a response, that drives me crazy.
It makes it worse, yeah. Because then it feels like you stole it and you're purposefully ignoring your request for the ball back.
Look, I've been in the club scene for not very long, but long enough to say, what kind of program doesn't respond to email? I know you have an email. You literally listed on your website.
It's not a good sign. It's not a good sign right there.
What's going
You
on
also
here?
can't top, I wasn't the best basketball player in the world, but when I remember being a kid, when you would find a truly elite basketball, it hit.
It's one of our 4 balls that are now no longer made.
Oh.
So my wife is, underrated.
Now, what's
been
the reason
super
they're not
pissed.
making them anymore?
I don't know.
They just decided not to?
It's a Nike style ball.
Got it,
And I don't
okay.
know why. It's kind of rare.
Was
We
it-
had 4 of them, and now we have 2 or 3.
They're not making them anymore. What the hell, Nike?
I
Shutting down the basketball division over there now?
I don't know, man. I felt like I was getting yelled at. It's like I stole the ball.
Where the hell's the basketball, Sprague?
Just out here coaching and trying to motivate.
I got my whistle on. I'm just trying to get them to hustle a little bit.
Can only pay attention to so much stuff here.
I can't be responsible for all of the kids and the balls at the same time. This is too much on my plate right now.
But doing good on a Thursday.
Okay.
Doing good on a Thursday. I had a couple people send me a clip from our show yesterday on the we were talking about the Blazers defense not being as good as advertised.
Yes.
And I don't know about you, but if somebody sends me a clip that's been clipped by the such man,
Yeah, our social media clip guy.
look, he is outstanding.
The Such Man's doing great work behind the scenes.
His comedic timing is, I don't know if he knows that it's good, but like when he does drop comedic lines, he drops them in perfect times.
He really does.
He's great. I don't rewatch anything we do. And so when people send me stuff, I will never click it.
You don't want to see it.
And I'll just respond and be like, yeah, they're not good defensively.
Yeah, that's
it's almost like a challenge. Like, are you saying I'm wrong?
What are we trying to argue here?
And it was
the numbers and the metrics that were in the clip that we used.
Well, it was like, no, thank you for saying it. Their defense does suck.
Yeah, corroborating what the statement was in the segment.
And it was like a wiping the brow, the sweat of like, didn't know where you're going by sending me this clip.
Hey, what the hell's the matter with you, man? Why are you sending me this kind of stuff? The Blazers are actually really good defensively this year.
I'm never going to watch this clip, but thank you for sending it to me.
You know, look, sometimes analytics can get a little over their skis, and we use too many different numbers, and it's all overwhelming. Sometimes you just can't disagree with facts. Sometimes facts are facts.
I had a guy say, all the numbers you used, cool. I didn't need the numbers. I've watched the team. They're not good defensively.
Also very true. I have eyeballs. I'm watching, and I can see the final scores on any given night and tell you, not great defensively this year. It's not the calling card of this basketball team.
Yeah, so I was in a weird place yesterday of like having to deal with, to rewatch this clip. Kind of weird to watch yourself. I find it odd. I don't know about you guys.
It's a little strange. I hate the sound of my voice. Watching stuff back's a little weird.
I don't go back and listen to many UP calls unless it was
like a big game or moment,
a big game.
Right?
Well, the one.
Have you gone back and listened to the Gonzaga game?
I listened to the final moments to see if I got it.
Yeah,
good,
did I hit
and
it?
I liked it.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was.
Over, we think.
Well, that's going to live in
Here's
infamy.
the situation.
Yeah.
That's not going anywhere.
But then the next game was Seattle U, and it came down to it was a tip-in at the buzzer. And the whole bench and Coach Legs he got a boot now. He's out of the cast, and he got a boot. Didn't help last night. They all stood up.
Ass. They got a whoop
They
last
took a boot
night,
last
man.
night.
Saw that one coming.
Yeah.
Everybody did.
That was the most obvious prediction. After you beat Gonzaga somehow, some way, and then one of the
Their
most
only
shocking
conference
upsets.
loss. One of two losses this season.
All season long.
Wasn't that senior night at Gonzaga?
You were gonna
Last
lose.
night was senior night. Yes.
So there was like a double dipping
Yes.
of we're going to unload a can
I would
on
say
you.
just be thankful that it wasn't worse than it actually was.
I
It
agree.
probably could have been worse.
I
It
agree.
was a slow, yeah, because it was.
A slow. You lost by 41.
Yeah, it was only like 12 at halftime.
Ooh, that's a rough
I bet
second
that
half.
12 felt like 30. Come on.
That is a rough
What are we
second
doing
half.
here?
What was the score of the second half?
What place are you guys in the
52 to
WCC?
20.
We're tied for 10th.
How many teams are in that conference?
12.
So you're second to last? Okay. You have a weird thing about you where I appreciate it, and also I don't want to laugh at you, but you talk about the team like
You do occasionally.
I know.
you're almost like stunned. You're like, you know,
know,
it's
who could have seen this coming?
yeah, they're just like a couple shots away. And every year it's 9, it's 10, it's 11. It's
We were
last.
right there. We were
It's-
right there in the game.
just
Could have made something happen.
we're almost in first.
We think.
You know,
But
Come
yeah,
in every
no,
morning.
But I
Here's
couldn't
the
see.
situation.
I couldn't see the final play against Seattle U because everybody stood up right in front of me.
oh, it's quite literally a.
We think.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So
it gets
they
tipped
missed.
in.
So I saw the kid making the drive
Yeah.
and the dish, and then I didn't see who put up the first shot that missed right at the rim. But then we got the tip in, and I got it right for who got the tip in. So sometimes I will go back and if it's like down to the final play, make sure I got it right.
It's
That makes sense.
I would say these cuts
It's over.
and maybe some landing cuts. The only cuts in the system where all shows use them.
Yeah.
It's a universal drop, yeah.
Yeah.
The landing stuff is great for everybody, and every show has played the "It's over, we think."
Well, when
Here's the situation.
We started as a night show, so Dirt's start at the Fan was internship into fill-in producing.
Yeah.
And then I was just occasional, like, Oregon State report / Mariner game guy. So we started kind of from the ground up. I was always a little uncomfortable, and I never told them this till now. I was always a little uncomfortable when we did our night show when you'd use Primetime's fart drops.
Yeah, it wasn't great. I got shut down pretty quickly.
Maybe
We didn't have a drop
went a
page
couple
yet.
weeks.
We didn't have a developed page
We
yet,
didn't,
and so
no.
the
You know,
only
Dirt-
pages
Dirt,
that I had were
That's proprietary.
That is proprietary fart drops. Those are not,
And Dirt
they
loves
tra-
the fart
They have
drop.
trademarked.
We know.
I mean, we don't have any. The only one we have
Well,
is
that's
the-
mostly because of me.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. We don't have to have any. That's all right. That's not our thing as a show, but I do love farts. The only one we have is Bill
the Bill
Orm's.
Orm, yeah.
It's a voice fart. It's not
is.
an actual fart.
I know.
So that's the only one we got on the board. But when we started, the only drop pages I had and we had access to were the other shows. Because we didn't build one
I
yet,
know.
we hadn't have anything, and so as the producer
But
fill
who
in
else
at prime
has
time,
animal mating noises?
nobody else has that. That's
There you
us.
go.
Still the
That's
oddest
proprietary for us.
That's why we are 17th.
Still the oddest
Yes.
thing you
That's
do
what put us up to 17.
Exactly.
is
That was
being
what did
against fart sounds, but totally in on animal humping sounds.
This is what got us up to
I just
17.
that's such an odd.
Right
look
here.
at you. You
That's what
can't
did it.
stop every time you
Every
hear
time
that.
it plays.
You guys too.
You
I
would
mean, it's
think this
good.
is a pervert on a bus. It's a turtle.
It's two turtles.
It's a turtle.
Wait for it.
It's the guy in the back of the bus. What's he doing?
Dude, don't turn your head around, kids. Why is he wearing a trench coat? I
I
don't
will
know.
maintain
Get
that's
off the bus.
funniest piece of audio.
It's ever played on this
Now,
station.
can you help me? Because you pulled that a long time ago.
Yeah.
Did I show you that that's the sound they make, or did you?
No, I
find
found the
sound?
YouTube clip.
Because I think when you had pulled it, I laughed about it because I had just.
You guys
seen-
didn't think it was real, and then
No.
I think I sent you the YouTube clip to go.
that. Maybe
no,
that's how it was. Yeah,
Yeah.
and you sent us the clip.
You're
and I'm
like, there's
what?
no way that's turtles.
That's a turtle.
and then I sent
That's
you
an
the,
old pervert in the corner of the library.
My favorite story about that always has been when I started doing Winterhawk TV games. We had a producer at the start who's done local TV for a long time. Phil Beard was his name, and he'd only did it for a season or two. And we started working together doing the game. He always had these pre-productions meetings and all that. And he asked me, what do you do for like a regular job outside of occasionally calling Winterhawk games on Saturday? And I told him I work in radio, and he asked what station, and then filled him in. And he was silent for like 5 seconds and then said to me, wait a minute. Are you guys the show that played the turtle sex sound? And I said, yes, Phil. That is our show. So I love your show. That was the funniest moment ever. Like that was that we were the show
That's
that
what you're
played
known for?
turtles having sex. I said, yeah, it sounds about right. That's us. Yep, that was me. Hello, everybody. That's what I do. What do you do for work? We listen to turtles having sex. That's what we do.
Is the blurb in next year's write-up going to be, they jumped to 16 because they brought back the turtle mating noise?
Maybe.
Maybe
Look,
that
no
should be our
stone
theme on Hump Day.
unturned.
Every Hump Day we play
No
a different animal
shell
mating call.
I like that.
Or mating sound.
There
What
you
do
go.
kangaroos sound like when they're getting funky? I want to know.
I'm going to have to, unfortunately, do some Googling at the commercial break here now to find out.
Yeah,
How
you're
many
Mr.
animals are
Animal
playable?
Facts.
Yeah, I am Mr. Animal Facts.
I mean, I think this would be pretty good.
Maybe I will pull a sound. So once Black History Month is over,
Right.
we have just a couple days here.
February's
know.
almost gone.
Yeah,
When we
Saturday's
get to
it.
March, when we march into March,
Yeah.
maybe the first update, I will pull a sound, and I will not label it for you because I don't want you to cheat.
No.
And I'll play it during the update and see if you guys can guess.
Ooh, what
right.
animal
what
is it?
animal is getting it on?
Well, you got to give me a heads up so I can put the music bed down so we can hear it well.
I think you'll just know when I send you a cut. I'll let you know it's animal sound.
This
You'll know.
is the sound, and we
Yeah.
have to guess the animal.
Yes.
That's a fun bit. I'm all in.
We'll do that for 1 week. I don't know if I want to do that for a whole month.
That's a lot of animals.
That's a lot of animals.
How
dude.
long until you run out of animals that you can look into, you know?
I mean, like fish aren't making noise.
No.
No.
So
No.
you know what I mean?
I have a lot of questions.
Yeah.
By the way, side note,
A lot of questions.
What about the giant prehistoric river otter?
I mean,
Dude, that thing's growling.
did T-Rexes make noises?
I don't
Had to have, right?
Had to have.
Like a gurgle?
How did that even work? How does that...
You know what I mean? There's
How do
got to be
you-
some kind of sound that dinosaurs
How
made.
do you position yourself as a dinosaur?
I bet you the smallest dinosaur is the loudest dinosaur.
Oh, like the velociraptor?
You just like would be somewhere in the jungle and you'd hear some screeching wailing. And you'd be like, what is that? You'd be like,
Bob.
Yeah, yeah, that's Big Bob.
Bob's having a good night.
Calm down, Bob. Calm down. The whole jungle can hear you. Jesus, Bob.
I
Figure
saw
it
a
out.
video on my algorithm that reminded us. You remember the Magic School Bus?
I do. I love that
Yeah.
show.
There's an episode that I didn't see where, what's the teacher's name in that show?
Oh, is it Miss Frisbee? Is
Miss
that-
Fizzle.
Fizzle? Fizzle?
I don't remember.
Fizzle, frizzle, you know, for shizzle. And she took the kids and put them in salmon
Yeah,
eggs.
Miss Frizzle.
And the salmon just finished all over the eggs with the kids in them.
What?
Yeah,
Come
dude.
again?
So she was trying to teach them about
So
salmon.
They're shrunk
Spawning.
down, spawning
Yes.
salmon
They're
eggs.
shrunk, so she takes the
Yeah.
bus and takes the kids into stomachs and whatnot. She
Yes.
took them into salmon eggs,
Okay.
and the salmon just go over and just sploosh all over the eggs.
Just dropping bombs on them?
No, it's just spraying the eggs, and the kids are in the eggs like, this is so cool, Miss Frizzle.
Did any of them ask what that was?
I think it's pretty obvious.
Do they know the answer to that?
I don't know, man.
This is how life was created, kids.
I don't know. Go watch the video. It just popped up in my algorithm, which should tell you about my algorithm.
This is what you're searching in the free time, huh?
Animal stuff,
Happy
dude.
Thursday,
Happy
everybody.
Thursday.
Hey, animal facts are good. That's, Magic School Bus can help you learn them.
Hump Day is not limited to Wednesday, ladies and gentlemen.
No, it is not.
It's not once a week.
No, it is not.
We have a loaded show today. A lot to get to. We got 2 guests. One of them, timing. I mean, just timing. Brooke is on every February.
Yes, she is.
Our wonderful P1 Brooke Olsendam.
The queen of Rip City.
And terrifying post that she put up yesterday.
Yeah, she scared the hell out of us, Brooke. What the
every
hell?
fan out there like, what?
Yeah.
And so she's going to be on today. We wanted to pub
Yeah.
Brooke Heart Your Heart.
Yes, every February. We
as
like
we
doing
do. And it's just the timing of this. So, I can't believe she's going to be on with us today.
Yeah, the timing of us booking her for interviews and then asking questions is just, thankfully she loves us and wants to come on. Last year, she came on the week after the All-Star break.
Yeah.
And my opening question was, how was your All-Star break, Brooke? Did you do anything fun? And she responded, I went to a funeral. I thought, well, this is off to a rip-roaring start.
Are you just going to say, how are you doing, Brooke?
I mean,
It's kind of a valid question.
Are
right
you
now.
okay, Brooke?
Yeah, so
we need to check.
She's one of our favorites, and we bring her on. So
Yes.
she's going to be on today at 8:30. Bill Orm's going to be on at 8. We'll ask him about the rivalry article he wrote and also his thoughts on where the Blazers currently sit. So we got a loaded show. We got the Magic Hat to get into in the final hour of it. Let's get it going. Dirt and Sprague, 105.1, The Fan. Yeah, good point. How do we know fish don't make sounds when they get it on? To which I responded, do fish get it on? I feel like fish are like obligated and then move on.
But I think like whales and dolphins do.
They definitely do.
Oh, yeah, they do.
Whale sounds? That's a fun one to look up. Dolphins?
You ever watch Innocent Women on Docks? Dolphins just jumping on docks to get it on with them?
Finding a leg anywhere they can.
Dude, dolphins have been human curious for a long time.
What's going on in here? They're pretty smart. They want to know what's going on.
They're by species curious, you know what I mean?
They
I think
absolutely
dolphins
are.
would get it on with anything.
They would.
This is a alarming story, and we need to be ringing the alarms everywhere because this is happening in multiple cities. I read early this morning, the World Cup's right around the corner, Andrew.
Yes, it is this summer.
How about old FIFA? FIFA, do they operate on the regular and
Nothing shady happens with
nothing
FIFA.
shady going on?
No slave labor is used. Nobody dies building the stadiums. They don't go to questionable locations. They don't take bribes.
Yeah.
None of that. It is an above-the-board organization that does what's in the best interest of soccer.
Well, the World Cup's happening all over North America, and it's
Yes.
happening in different cities all over our country. And one of those countries is, quote-unquote, Boston. But much like San Francisco, it's not in Boston.
No.
It's in Foxborough,
Yes.
which is actually its own thing. So Gillette Stadium's in Foxborough. The Crafts and the city of Foxborough have an agreement. You have to have a license issued from the city to operate in the stadium. The Patriots go through this every year. Robert Kraft works really well with the city.
Mm-hmm.
However, he has leased out the stadium, Gillette, to FIFA.
So they control the stadium.
So FIFA controls the stadium. However, FIFA still needs a license from Foxborough. Swag, how many months away is the World Cup?
Starts in June. I think everybody gets over here in May.
Keep an eye on these stories.
3 months away from people arriving and about 3 months away from, or 4 months from starting.
This is happening all over the country. This one was written about yesterday, last night, early this morning. Foxborough does not F around. You will not put Foxborough in the corner.
No.
Foxborough has calculated a cost of around $7.8 million that will cover police and public safety expenses during the tournament.
Yes.
Yet, so far, nobody's provided financial commitments to cover the full cost. They interviewed 2 individuals
Oh my God.
that are working with FIFA, and they asked them at a city council meeting, who's covering this bill?
Yeah, where's the payment coming from?
And both of them basically pointed at each other and then said, we'll get back to you on this.
Nice. That's a good answer.
Neither would commit to it, and Foxborough basically told them, if you don't figure this out, you're not getting the license. We don't care about your World Cup. And the real red flag here, you've seen this, I can't remember the other city this was reported in, but they have these FIFA World Cup like party build-up things. I'm blanking. I'll go through the story and find it. But they basically have a build-up to it.
Yeah.
They're getting canceled because they're finding that FIFA is not paying
Why are they not paying?
the amount of money.
How do they not have money? It's FIFA.
Now, here's the funny part.
How much money did we pay to host the World Cup?
Well,
What was
FIFA,
the American or the North America bill?
I don't know how much I'd have to keep going through this story to find the number. I read the story, but I've not memorized all the numbers. FIFA is telling cities they're going to bring in anywhere, get this, from $11 to $30 billion in revenue via tourism.
Yes, all these people are coming to town to watch games.
These towns aren't convinced that that number's accurate in any way. And FIFA is basically telling cities like Foxborough, oh, no. We'll pay you back. Don't worry.
I owe you.
And Foxborough's like, the hell you will. We're not operating like that. $7.8 million is almost half of their city's budget.
Yeah, they're not paying for that.
So we have a little bit of a thing to keep an eye on here of FIFA corrupt in America. Shocking. Corruption in America. And they're basically telling cities to fund the bills that they're creating while taking, by the way, all the revenues at the stadium and the parking.
We're taking all the money.
They
You're not
get
getting anything
all
out of
that
that
money. The cities don't get that money.
People are coming to town, though. They're staying at hotels or eating at restaurants. Come on, Sprague. They got to take all that money back.
The deadline for the board to give them the license for the event is March 17th.
That's not that far away.
We are just a couple weeks away.
It's like 3 weeks away.
And if FIFA doesn't get that license Boston's not going to have a World Cup.
Jesus, man.
It's crazy.
That's on the heels, too, of the situation in Mexico over the weekend where they're trying to play games in Guadalajara. And they had soccer matches down there this weekend that were canceled because the country's in a bit of turmoil right now. And they killed the leader of the biggest cartel, and it's been nothing but chaos. And people are now wondering, how the hell is this going to fly in the middle of the summer if this continues or if tensions don't die down? Is anybody going to want to fly down there and go see their team play? I can't remember which teams are playing there, but clearly we're off to a really rough start. And it's not just the United States. It's all up and down our hemisphere over here.
One city rep told the two individuals representing the organization, quote, "We're not prepared to issue this license unless everything is in place." I've seen people say, "Oh, there's no way they won't." I am telling you right now, this board will not issue this license. I don't feel like we're getting any answers.
Yeah.
When asked about it, like, hey, who's paying for this? The Kraft Group says they're not on the hook of it because they've leased their stadium out to you.
Yeah, it's not us.
And a lot of people are pointing to the group, you guys, and the committees of you're on the hook for funding. FIFA is going to be getting the license. Who in the end is responsible? One of the reps had a long pause and then said, "That's a really broad question." The person said, "It's not.
No.
It's very specific.
Who's paying the bill?
Who's paying the $7.8 million?
That's all we need to know.
We have to pay for proper security protocols."
Jesus, man.
This
What
is
a
happening
disaster.
at multiple cities. This is not just Foxborough.
I mean, the whole thing's been because we had the threats to leave certain cities from the commander-in-chief months ago, and we're going to go play in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Like, all right, have fun. I don't know how many people like soccer
Watch
down there.
Arkansas get this
They're gonna
because
get a game.
Foxborough won't pay it.
They're not paying it.
Arkansas will
Yeah.
pay $8 million.
Come
and
on
then they're
down.
like, windfalls in government have said they're $8 million short for funding for
What happened?
children's food.
What happened to our budgets?
Like, what happened there?
We had to pay the police force to be there for the World Cup. Nobody even likes soccer down here, and we're still paying to have the World Cup down here.
This is a crazy under-the-radar story.
It feels like it's going to be a disaster. Somehow they pull it off. Now, the only saving grace is that I feel like there is some sort of massive questionable decision or controversy every time the World Cup takes place. Like, was it Qatar that basically didn't have the stadiums done until like a week before people got there?
Yeah.
Not to mention the fact that we're
Yeah.
all built by slave labor, and so it's like, are these
But we're
stadiums
not
even going to
Qatar.
be done?
This is America.
It is.
These cities will not just.
No, I know. But I feel like deadlines will spur action and they eventually will get it done. But it's a disastrous look that we're 3 months away from this thing beginning and we don't know who's paying for certain things and what cities will still host. Not to mention all the infrastructure you got to go through just to get the grass in the stadiums because Foxborough, turf. Seattle, turf. Like a lot of these places that are hosting the games are turf fields.
Yeah, one rep says we may get a little more in meals tax and hotel tax, but this is not a moneymaker for this town. In fact, it's probably more of a headache than it's actually worth.
Who's playing there? Do we know?
I haven't seen the draws yet.
Okay.
It says this is nothing more than 7 events up here. If the World Cup wasn't coming, we'd probably have 7 concerts in the time that the World Cup would have been here.
Right.
We're not gaining anything by hosting this event. I think people need to know that this is not a lot of money coming into the town.
Here is your groups. Boston Stadium is what they're calling it. Gillette does not get the naming rights for the World Cup. I love how that works too.
Sure.
England, France, Norway, Scotland, Morocco, Ghana, Haiti, and one other team from a March
So a few
2026
countries that aren't
league.
that far away from a flight for the fans.
No, and I would say, like, for them at least, those are deep. Like, because I think a lot of it depends on what countries are coming to your city, depending on what kind of tourism dollars you will do.
Sure.
Having England and France is a pretty good start because
Yeah.
I'm sure their fans will travel pretty well.
Scotland, you said Scotland's in that? Scotland,
yeah.
I think Scottish people
Are they
come over for
traveling?
that.
Are they coming over for that? Are they
I don't
good
know
at
what
soccer?
the amount is, but
I don't know how many Ghanans or Haitians are coming to town for the game. You never know.
No
but
clue.
those are a couple of teams that are coming that will probably bring some fans with them.
So
Good luck figuring that out.
What's going to happen here? This is
Not to
crazy.
mention, if you're a fan of one of those teams and you waited for the pool brackets to get released,
Yeah.
then you see we're playing in Boston. What do? You buy your ticket. I'm flying. If I'm in England and I'm trying to go watch them play in the World Cup, you're buying your ticket to go to Boston to watch them early on in the World Cup.
The actual soccer aside, is there a chance this becomes a disaster and we see empty stadiums and like this just doesn't anything like it's billed?
I can't say it's not
People
a
don't
0%
believe them on the
chance
ticket sales, by the way.
that they're not. They're claiming they're selling more than they actually
They
are.
had some ridiculous number they put out.
Oh,
It
yeah.
was I can't remember what the number was, but people were like, "There's no way this is true."
I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it.
I kind of hope Foxborough would be funny if they just gave him the middle finger. Get out of here.
We got to find a new place. We got 2 months to figure it out. Good luck.
Go to Alabama.
Yeah.
We know they'll give you all their money.
They're playing Gainesville, Florida. They'll figure it out.
All right, we got a lot more to get into. 6:31 back with more on The Fan.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, Blazers open up a 5-game road trip tonight in Chicago, taking on a Bulls squad that's riding a 10-game losing streak. Denny Avdia still out. Robert Williams III questionable for Portland. 5 o'clock tip on KUNP Xfinity Channel 1016. Blazers are 4.5-point favorites. Oregon Ducks men trying to get in position for a miracle run in the Big Ten tournament. They took down Wisconsin Wednesday night, 85-71. Nate Vettel led the way with 20 points for Oregon. Next up, they'll visit Northwestern Saturday morning. Oregon State needed overtime to beat San Diego 92-82. That win moves the Beavers into the 4th seed in the West Coast Conference going into the final game of the season this Saturday at Santa Clara. NFL Combine begins today with on-field drills. At noon in Indianapolis, it is the kickers, defensive linemen, and linebackers up first, performing for GMs and team scouts. PGA Tour starts its Florida swing. At PGA National, it's the Cognizant Classic in the Palm Beaches. Round 1 underway. Kevin Streelman has grabbed the early lead, 4 under through 8. Brooks Koepka, one of the top names in the field, he will tee off at 9:23 this morning. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt, missing work? Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The home of the Fan Happy Hour. a.m.
A random sports story I read yesterday. You trust Baxter Holmes when he writes something, Dirt? Would you say you trust Baxter Holmes?
It's pretty high on the list, I would say.
Pretty good journalist, that guy.
I think so.
He wrote a story about Jordan and Kobe and how they were intertwined in a way that people didn't know about.
I saw this yesterday.
Did you read it or did you just see it?
I just saw it. I saw the gist of it, but I didn't read through the entire thing.
So we need to start this conversation off with a apologies to Reggie Miller. We made
Caramel
fun.
cap.
Well, we made fun of him for the black cap thing,
The black cap.
and it turns out, according to Baxter Holmes, players did call Michael Jordan
The black
cap.
Yeah. Now I can't remember what Reggie's line was about the caramel cat. He said he wanted people to call him that, or people did call him that. I think that's what we more made fun of, but he is at least vindicated in the black cat comment.
Well, the black cat comment made its way into this Baxter Holmes piece because what I didn't know and what I learned is that the Mamba campaign,
Black Mamba.
that is long
Mamba mentality.
and forever going to be associated with one
Always.
R.I.P. Kobe Bryant,
Always.
was actually a shoe campaign design meant for Michael Jordan.
Oops.
Which is like,
Now, so reading through it, did he turn
Yeah.
it down, or did it just never come to fruition? Was this like before Air Jordans were created and they wanted him to be the Mamba?
no,
or was
it's
this
for
a
the Jordan
spin-off?
19s. Do you
Okay.
remember the Jordan 19s? For those that don't remember, it has
I'm not up on all my Jordans.
it has that front-facing like mesh guard on the laces.
Got it. Okay, yep. I
Are you
just pulled
seeing
up the
those?
picture. Yep.
And so basically, the exec for Nike looked at that and he was trying to think of a campaign for the shoe.
Kind of looks like snake skin.
Yeah, that's what he said. It looks
Yeah.
like snakeskin. So he went home and he started Googling, and basically what popped up that made sense with him was the term Black Mamba.
It's the Black Mamba Jordan 19s.
So it's just, and then so it goes from the Jordan shoe to, we're going to do this campaign. Actually, we're not.
Nah, not going to do that one.
And so he goes through this. It's a really good read. It's a little lengthy. Baxter Holmes pieces are always very detailed.
Yeah.
But it basically was like, we're going to take this from Jordan's shoe to Kobe. And we're going to put it on, because Kobe, remember, was going through
Some stuff.
He needed a revamp.
He was going through some stuff at the time.
So it's just, and my memory of Kobe and the Black Mamba thing was, it was self-given.
If you would have asked me randomly off the cuff yesterday on the show, where did the Black Mamba nickname come from for Kobe? I would say, well, isn't that what people started calling him when he was young? Like, wasn't he known as the Black Mamba? I had no clue that was a given
The Mamba
nickname.
thing didn't happen until after the Eagle Creek, Colorado
Yeah,
stuff.
and I wouldn't even have been able to tell you that. I didn't remember when the nickname came around. People started calling him Mamba, Black Mamba, and that was his thing. That was his phrase, and that's what everybody called him.
She said in the story, they said, Baxter Holmes wrote that basically they had a presentation. MJ really liked the Black Mamba approach to the shoe, and it looked great, but he doesn't like snakes. He's out. Which, by the way, me and the GOAT
Shout out.
hate snakes.
Shout out. I'm out on that
I
one.
hate snakes.
I'm not doing this,
Dude,
dude.
get out of here.
He's
You're
got a
not
little
getting me with
Indiana
some
Jones
snakes.
in him. You're not naming any shoes after snakes. I'm not dealing with that.
The funny thing was
Some photo shoot, they're going to hand you a snake to hold. I'm out.
the guy who did the presentation, so he's at an actual Nike presentation for this, okay?
Mm-hmm.
He goes through the whole thing. People are clapping. They're standing. What a great idea. Everybody's telling him, this is great. MJ loved the presentation. Larry Miller, our beloved Larry Miller, calls him the next day. This guy thinks he's about to hear confirmation. Here we go. The campaign's a launch. MJ hates snakes. He's out.
We spent all this time coming up with that. We sat through the entire presentation.
Yeah.
And now you tell us that he doesn't like snakes?
It's a hilarious. It's a really good read.
Let's give it to somebody else.
It's just a really funny,
It's
like,
making me question, though, a lot of
revising the history.
Sure, thinking of how differently. Like, what if Jordan says yes to the ad campaign? What has Kobe become? What is the nickname that he is then given? The Mamba mentality became his entire personality.
It
felt
still
like.
is.
It still is to this day. I mean, even when he
The
retired,
shoes.
it was like Mamba mentality for everything. It became his entire DNA, and it wasn't even a nickname that was another player or his parents called him when he was a kid. It was just a created Nike campaign. I'm a little bummed out by that, I got to admit.
Yeah, it's a very interesting.
Anthony Thomas, the real Black Mamba.
Well, that's a funny thing is like how it kind of revises or makes us rethink our history of it or our thoughts
For sure
on it,
it does.
doesn't it?
It absolutely does.
And in a way, it kind of exposes it in a way that I don't like. If I'm a diehard Kobe fan, Like, I have a buddy that's one of these. Like, it's Kobe and then everybody else. And then I read, like, how this whole thing is morphed. I'm like, oh.
Come on, man.
Damn it.
Lost a little bit of its luster. I remember
it
when
does. You're not going to stop liking Kobe, but it does lose a little bit of its luster.
Sure. We have always said with nicknames, they cannot be self-proclaimed. Marketing campaigns are always tough.
Mm-hmm.
Like, nicknames just hit better when it's something that happens organically. And I forever thought that happened organically, and clearly it didn't. But I remember when DeAnthony got to Oregon and people called him, like, that was his nickname that he also went by growing up in South Central LA and the Kobe area, and he was the Black Mamba. And people would, I remember a Kevin Calabro call on a punt return against Colorado that DeAnthony ran back, and that was his like touchdown call, Black Mamba, and he scored. And people used to like kind of make fun of DeAnthony for it. Why? Because he wasn't Kobe was Black Mamba. You can't steal somebody else's nickname. And now I'm wondering, he kind of got that name when he was a kid. People were calling him around L.A. when he was playing Pee Wee football with Snoop. I think he's more of a real Black Mamba than Kobe.
Yeah, so like they run the ad campaign with the Jordan stuff. He never does anything with a snake because he hates snakes.
Yeah, amen,
right?
brother. You see what's happening in Bali, by the way, with snakes?
No.
Dude, they had like torrential flooding.
Oh, God.
And so the streets have essentially turned into like rivers. They have had so much water rising.
So it's a snake pit, basically.
And there's just like people are going around in canoes and boats, and the streets are filled with massive snakes.
Great.
You know what's funny? I literally just had a nightmare where I was walking through waist-high water, and it was all snakes.
No.
And I remember in my dream, I turned around and said, nope, I'm out.
Wake me up.
I just had that nightmare.
Somebody slap me.
Please, wake up.
Cold water on my face now.
This is not a reality I want. It's a little more detail that I'm probably describing in terms of how it went from a Jordan campaign ad that Jordan doesn't want to be around snakes because he hates snakes.
Yeah.
It's a very brief ad of the shoe. And then Kobe goes through his thing, and then Kobe has to do a rebrand.
Hey, we got this whole campaign built, it's ready to go.
Kobe saw the Jordan campaign and was like, I'm a Mamba mentality. I'm cold-blooded.
Mamba, baby.
To which I think Rick Bucher in the story is the one that wrote that in 2006 or 7.
Sure.
But it's just funny to see, like, oh, you got it all from a Jordan picture, from a shoe, huh?
Nope, not the GOAT. Not the GOAT.
He never was the GOAT.
For some, he is the GOAT, which is really weird. There's Kobe stands out there.
There's a Kobe thing there.
There's a Kobe
It's
thing
a little
there where
culty,
some
the Kobe
people
thing,
will put him on top of that list, and he's not on top of that list.
He's a great player.
He's a phenomenal all-time player.
I thought people were going to be mad at me for putting Kobe. I think I had Kobe 9th on my top 10 all time.
I can't remember where I had Kobe.
Danny Moraine came out of the golf tournament and was like,
Ninth?
doesn't sniff it.
Doesn't sniff ninth?
Top 10.
Doesn't even sniff the top 10.
He's like, yeah, he was like, doesn't sniff the top
Doesn't
10.
even sniff it. Okay.
I'm like, I mean, we can debate that.
I mean, he's smelling it. I mean, you can feel however you want to feel. Maybe he's not 3, maybe he's not 8 on your list, but to say he's sniffing it. He's smelling it.
You don't have to be the biggest Kobe guy to just say, is he sniffing the top 10?
He is
Absolutely.
Dutch oven to the top 10. Okay?
Yeah, I agree with that.
He's smelling that list.
I agree with that. All right, we got a lot more to get into. What is going to be the future of this guy? How is this going to end for them? We'll get to that coming up next on The Fan. should be noted, because I probably did a poor job summing up like a 4,000-word story.
Not easy to do in one segment.
Kobe did. I mean, multiple sources in the story do say Kobe didn't know about the ad campaign.
He didn't know about it for Jordan?
But one of the guys with Nike's like, this is a weird coincidence.
Why are we buying that? I don't know if I'm buying that.
Sources close to him.
Sources will say he had no
That's what he's
idea.
saying.
No idea what was going on here.
We have a lot to get to in the second hour of the old radio program. But I want to ask you, on a February 26th, how is the Deion Sanders era at Colorado going to end?
Not great.
It's a very interesting sub-story of the Denver Broncos. We didn't get to it yesterday, the Davis Webb announcement of the OC.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see the Denver Broncos added a defensive, basically helper on their defensive staff, like
yes.
a defense pass coordinator, whatever it is?
Yes.
Robert Livingston, and you may know that name. That's the Colorado defensive coordinator. He is now gone.
He's leaving.
Now, Deion's already named, I think he named his linebackers coach as DC, but I find all of that, it hasn't so much been like year one, do you believe now?
Yes.
Get us, laugh right now, this is as down as I'll ever be. Year two, Heisman Trophy winner, Suns Rolly, pretty good season. Year three, utter disaster, not good at all. I'm curious how you think this is going to end at Colorado. Should Colorado demand more? What are the expectations at Colorado for Deion Sanders?
I think the tough part is early on. I mean, year one, you go 4-8 after what did they start 3-0, and they were surprising everybody, and then the Oregon game happens, and it's like, oh, that was bad. And you point to the comments of him saying, "I'll never be worse than this. You got to get me now."
Yeah.
Well, then his third year in Colorado, they were worse than that. They were 3-9 in a worse conference, mind you, because that Pac-12, the last season of the conference, was pretty good. Or was that second to last year? I can't remember. Either way, it was a pretty solid conference. That Oregon team was really good that year. The Big 12 was not quite that last year, and they were 3-9 and 1-8 in conference play. It was an unmitigated disaster. I remember their season started with a game against Georgia Tech that they nearly won, and then it essentially went downhill from there. And look, he has been unbelievable for the program because he has brought more attention, eyeballs, and money on them than they have ever seen in their history. He made Colorado football relevant for the first time in 25 years, right? Since the late 90s, early 2000s, that program fell off and disappeared, and they were a laughingstock in the Pac-12 forever. And so he has brought, financial gain and eyeballs upon their campus and upon their football program. But if you're amongst the people inside that athletic department and you're not terrified by the direction this is going, I don't know what to tell you. Like at one point, or at some point, I should say, the desire to make money and to sell tickets and all that it's gonna run out, because I don't know what their attendance was this year, but I'd have a pretty easy time looking at it and saying, I guarantee they didn't make as much money on sales tickets this year as they did the year before. The spring game 2 years ago was completely sold out. This past year, it wasn't quite the case. And interest is going to dwindle. You can only have so many 4-8 and 3-9 seasons in a bad conference and tell people it's not cool to have Deion Sanders as your head coach anymore. He doesn't take the most important thing in the sport seriously. And as long as that is the case, you can have funny quotes and you can do certain things with coaches and you can hire Warren Sapp all you want to coach your D-line. It's not going to matter, man. He doesn't recruit. As long as he doesn't do that, explain to me how he is going to win. And so I don't see how any other way, how it goes any other way than continuing to go in the trajectory it's going.
But is this it? Is this the year for him? Like what the hard thing?
Where is the breaking point for them on the amount of money that we made?
That's what I'm wondering.
To okay, now the results are so bad we have to make a move, because I'd imagine they're still making some money, but it's not as much as it was year one and year two.
Yeah, but I still think people are going to those games in a way that they weren't for a really long time. We already know the enrollment has been up. He's upped a lot of the profile of the university, whether you agree that he's this, that, or the other.
But how long until that dwindles is my big question.
That's what I'm wondering. Like, if they're a 4-8 team this year again, or they're 5-7,
people aren't spending money to go to those games.
But is the university going to go, okay, it's over, or is the university going to go, keep going with it? Like, I don't know how to judge Colorado.
It's a balance because of how irrelevant they were before he got there. It's not like going 4-8 at Colorado is unique. They've gone 4-8 a lot over the last 20 years.
But he just showed you, if you have a good coach in there, and I don't know if you think he's a good coach or anybody else out there, but whether you think he's good or not, They had what? An 8-win season?
9 wins. They
Nine
won
win
They were
season.
9-3 in the regular season. They almost went to the
mean,
Big 12 title game his first year in the conference.
Right. They
with
were,
his
I think,
kid
the
and Travis Hunter.
loss at Kansas away from
Yeah.
being in the Big 12 title game. So
Yeah.
you can clearly do it there. So if you're Colorado, are you evaluating saying, well, we obviously have the resources?
Yeah. I mean, he had the Heisman Trophy winner on his team. Is he going to go find another one? Where do you give the odds that he's going to go do that?
That's a unique circumstance because the kid was a family friend, basically.
He was a family friend. He grew up around them. He committed to he played at Jackson State.
I know.
Like, that was his first year of college football was at Jackson State. His son was an accomplished quarterback. Like, we can say whatever we want about him in the NFL. Like, he was a pretty good college quarterback. And so you got to go find another one of those. The next big-time recruit that he signed was who? It was Jordan Seaton. Where's Jordan Seaton play now?
LSU.
He made it 2 years. They went 9-4 in year 1, 3-9 in year 2, and he transferred to LSU.
Yeah.
And so that was his next prize, first-round pick prospect. Now, he's not going to have the same impact on both sides the way that Travis Hunter did. But that would, like, if you can't find those guys, that's what made Colorado special. They had the best player in college football that year. That was a big part of them winning 9 games. He was going both ways. He was good as a receiver. He was good as a corner. He won the damn Heisman Trophy. And if you're not going to go find those guys, let me go pull up. I'm genuinely curious, and I know he doesn't do a ton, but I'll look up composite recruiting class for transfer portal and for high school recruiting.
Yeah.
And I'm curious where
Because
overall.
he's a much bigger portal guy than he is.
But
high
even
school.
then, I don't even feel like I'm seeing a lot of like, hey,
this
Colorado
offseason, it's
signed.
dipped. I haven't heard anything about Colorado this offseason.
Right. Like year 1, there was that buzz of it's Dion. I want to go be a part of this and I want to go play for them.
Well, and then also don't forget the story we didn't really get to as a segment. He has like reportedly created a fine system there. Now, Colorado's refuting this. I think the program came out and said, oh, it's not true at all. But people were like, dude, he's threatening to fine kids, like being late to meetings and real money.
$1,000,
consequence. Yeah.
$2,000 if you miss something, miss a
Right.
class here or there, which I'm not like, that's fine by me. They were 57th this year in recruiting. They were behind Purdue, Northwestern, Pittsburgh, Maryland, Stanford, Michigan State, Rutgers, Wake Forest, Oklahoma State.
That's not good, man.
Like that's really bad. And so if that's the talent profile of your roster, how am I going to expect anything differently?
So is this the year for him?
I don't know. That's $1 million. That's a great question because I don't know what the expectations are at Colorado, and I don't know where they're at in the Venn diagram of we've made a lot of money, now the money's starting to dry up. Maybe they're still making a ton of money, and if they are, by all means, keep them around because Colorado football's been irrelevant for 25 years. So as long as you're making money, at least you're getting something out of the deal. But there will come a point in time when the novelty of Dion being there will run out.
The funny thing is how many times we proclaimed he was going to ditch them and how it might be in a situation where
leaving.
it's the reverse.
He's going to go be the Cowboys head coach.
He's not going to be there very long. He's going to take the next big gig.
He's going to go to Florida State. He's going to go to Florida. He's going to go to,
Or he gets fired.
Or he gets fired.
Or they reach a
I mean,
mutual
1-8
agreement.
in the Big 12 is really bad.
That's
man.
terrible.
That conference was not very good last year.
Terrible. Loaded second hour. A lot to get to. Dirt and Sprague, hour 2 on 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network.
Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Brought to you by Laurelhurst Market Steakhouse and Butcher Shop. Great spot for any occasion. Don't forget you save 10% on your Butcher Shop order when you dine in. Menus and more at laurelhurstmarket.com. First on the Fan, Blazers with a little get-well spot to start a 5-game road trip. The Bulls have lost 13 of their last 14, 10 in a row, and they welcome Portland in for a 5 o'clock tip tonight. You can see it on KUMP Xfinity Channel 1016. Blazers are 4.5-point favorites. The Oregon Ducks men getting a win over the Wisconsin Badgers Wednesday night, 85-71. Nate Biddle led the way, 20 points for Oregon as they tried to improve their seeding options for the Big Ten tournament. They will take on Northwestern Saturday morning in Chicago. Oregon State in overtime beating San Diego 92-82, and the Beavs are now in the 4th slot in the West Coast Conference. Their final game of the regular season this Saturday at Santa Clara. PGA Tour starts its Florida swing at the Bear Trap PGA National for the Cognizant Classic in the Palm Beaches. Kevin Streelman, Nico Echeverria, Kaita Nakajima have all roared to the top of the leaderboard, 4 under, making the turn. Brooks Koepka will tee off at 9:23 this morning. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigard for the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Your home for the Oregon.
Hey, welcome back in. Hour number 2, Dirt and Sprague here on 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network. Good morning. Hope your Thursday commute is going all right out there. Is it froggy, as the guys like to say? I don't know.
I don't think it's froggy today. It wasn't froggy on the way in today. I think we're pretty clear. We've got a nice little gap right now,
it was
boys.
clear and cold this morning.
It was chilly, but boy, oh boy,
Might have been
was
a
it.
little nipply.
How much difference does it just make in your day-to-day enjoyment of life when you get a day like yesterday and it's sunny and you're outside? God, it was nice.
Yeah. Would you take the cold and the sunny for the smoky and 95 degrees we're definitely going to get because you're excited about sunshine
Don't
today?
pop my enjoyment balloon.
All right.
Don't rain on my parade.
No big
I don't
deal.
need a steaming dump on top of my head right now.
No big
Let me
deal.
enjoy the sunshine in February. We're the new San Diego.
All right, there you go. A lot to get to here in the second hour of the radio program. Want to remind you guys that Fan Madness is back. You can join the Fan Thursday, March 19th and March 20th for the 2 most exciting days of basketball out at A Casino Resort. We'll be out there on the 20th, but on the 19th and 20th, you have the Firm with Harrison Meringue, happy hour, prime time, all broadcasting live throughout the day. Don't miss a minute of the action. Play hooky with the Fan for Fan Madness, brought to you by A-Lene and Window Nation, March 19th and 20th out at A-Lene.
Chicks dig it. They can't wait.
So I already have an idea for our program on the 20th.
Yeah, we're going to be up, waking up early, walking down to the lobby, getting ready to do a show.
We did that last year, and none of the games started till after 9. And so I have decided we need a third headset. And I'm probably going to pull somebody from that craps table that has been down there since 4 a.m.
Oh, yeah. I think there's always 3 set up, just in case there's a guest that's in the building.
We're doing a live interview. I want to know your story.
That needs to happen.
Earl, come on over here. Why are you gambling at 3:30 a.m. and it's 6:45 right now?
Could also be a good opportunity to get the Suchmen some airtime, because the Suchmen, I think, will be up there with us.
Yeah.
Jake's
running
Takes?
running the YouTube.
Do we have-
You want to do Jake's Takes?
I think like a 6:30 on a
I'm
Friday
in.
at
I'm
A&A
so
Jake's
in.
Takes.
I am so
I'm all
in.
about it. We need to get that guy some airtime.
So
I wish
come
I
hang
could
out with
produce
us.
this remotely. I'll be
I
just.
thought you had the ability to do that. Don't you have the ability to run things from home?
We have the capacity to do it. We have not done all of the checklist items and tested it to make sure.
Yeah.
Why don't we do that? It's still a month away.
How long is it going to take you to get? Swag will be there. What's the over/under on Swag's arrival time at A&A on Friday?
Oh,
Because do you have anything going on that Friday? I mean, the pilots aren't going to the tournament.
No.
That's not happening.
No.
What about the ladies,
Oh,
though?
you don't think we can win 6 games in
I
6
don't
nights
think that you
down
can
in
win.
Vegas?
I'm going to go
Come
ahead.
on!
I'm going to gamble against that happening.
I hope
one year-
Maybe I'll put a
Shantae's
bet
not
on that.
listening
I'll
this
drive up
morning.
to A&A. I'm throwing the fuel out there.
Actually, the year I think this happened
Here's the situation.
is the year we were there and we looked up and we saw the women's game on the television at Tom's Watch Bar, and I
could've been
saw his ass.
He's sitting there courtside. Yeah, because when does the women's tournament tip off? Isn't it a semi-adjacent?
Yeah, they're simultaneous.
Yeah.
And so because it's a stair step thing, like the top 2 seeds only have to win two games.
No, I'm talking about like the actual NCAA tournament for the women.
Oh, the women?
Yeah.
They usually start a day later.
Okay, so they start on like
They'll still
Friday?
be like Friday, Saturday, and then Sunday, Monday.
Sunday, Monday. Okay.
It goes like that. But they play. The women still do it where the top 4 seeds in each region host
Right.
the first and second round games.
Right.
So that year was, I think that was UCLA. We went to UCLA and played Oklahoma.
So come hang out with us. We'll be there March 20th. The whole station will be out there the 19th and the 20th. It'll be a great time. We're going to have a lot of fun during that show because we're at a casino and it's 6 a.m.
Yeah, I'm putting a ticket in right out of the gate. Walk down. That's the best part of that Friday morning show.
There you go.
Oh, are
wake
you?
up, you walk over to the kiosk, you take a look at your
you
board.
get that early morning feels.
You get that
You
sheet in
wake
front
up
of
with
you.
the premonition.
Dude, putting down my parlay. And I got to include games that are on during the show in my parlay
Yeah,
so I
so
can
there'll
yell live
probably
on the air.
be at least 2, maybe 3 games that tip off in the final hour of the show.
I'll do all 3 of them. Why the hell not?
Yeah, come hang out with us. You want to go watch the tournament? Maybe lay a couple dollars on a responsible parlay? That's the place to do it. A&A, March 19th and 20th. A lot to get to discuss in the second hour of this. I want to ask you, since we brought up the March Madness event and we're talking a little college hoops. So I go back and forth all the time. You can find air checks from when we started to now where I'm in on college hoops and I crap on college hoops. I'm back and forth all the time. I would say right now, the last month, consuming a lot more college hoops.
Yeah, it's that time of year.
Well, what I find interesting is, and I want to kind of set up our next segment in a way, but I want to ask you guys, in regards to college basketball, I don't pretend to know all the rosters. Swag watches more college hoops than I do. He didn't know who JT Toppin's team was.
There's
He
a
said
lot.
that on the air Monday, by the
Yeah,
way, and
I
I
know.
didn't have the ability to correct him because I don't know either. He
Right.
said he
Yeah.
was out, and I was like, all right, I was
I
taking word
mixed
for it.
up Houston and Texas Tech.
And that's okay.
Yeah.
I didn't
It
kill you for
happens.
that. I just told
Yeah.
you mean Texas Tech.
Well, and
you're
I
like, that's right.
I'm obviously hyper focused on the West Coast Conference
Yes.
because that's what I'm doing,
That's
and
what
then
you
I
gotta
added doing a lot more women's games this year. So now
So my point is that if there is a premier game. So last night I'm at home. UConn St. John's is on. I turn that on. That becomes a blowout. We'll get to that later on. Florida Texas was actually a really close game, despite what the score was, until about 4 minutes in the second half. Then Florida just blew the brakes off of them. Right. So if there is a game, the Arkansas Alabama game the other day was awesome. Double overtime. You have Kansas and Peterson. Is he going to play? Not play?
Yeah.
All this stuff. Right. What I'm finding is as we get closer and closer to conference tournaments and closer to the NCAA tournament, I want to ask you guys, if your allegiance is not involved, the Ducks suck.
They're terrible.
The Beavs not going to the tournament. If your allegiance is not involved, what is getting you excited about the tournament? Is it just the general tournament itself, or is it like me, because we've got these top 3 players who are all on big-time programs that could win the national championship? It's making me more excited for this year's NCAA tournament.
It definitely helps to have the name recognition. Like, I don't know how far BYU can actually go and what their percentage chance is to win.
That's
they're,
fair,
They're
but
a good team, but I don't know
he's
if they're
good.
at that level.
He's amazing. He
No
might take
doubt.
him to a Sweet 16.
Well, their number 2 scorer got hurt, and
I know.
I think is done for
Okay.
the season.
Yeah.
And is Kansas unranked currently? Didn't they slip out of the top 25?
No, I think
No,
they're
they're
down
like
in
they
the
still hold.
15s or
Okay, they're holding on. Duke is obviously the one obvious
is the best
example
team in
here
college
because
basketball right now.
and they had that last year with Cooper Flagg, and we all know he was the number 1 overall pick, and that was the most entertaining thing to watch.
Kansas is 14th, by the way.
Look, I'll be honest with you. I am watching more college hoops. The quad box helps. It's now that time of year where you're like, all right, it's a Tuesday at 4 o'clock. What the hell is on TV? Let's turn on some random college hoops. I did watch a little hockey last night, too, because it was nice to have it back out for the break.
Maple Leafs are on TV.
They were. I was watching a little bit of, who was I watching? Washington, Philly was a good game down the stretch. Whatever. I was getting weird last night. But it is that time of year where you're watching more college hoops. The things that interest me and excite me about the tournament are being at A&A and placing a parlay when we're up there.
All right. That's all right.
And then the idea after the opening 4 days, because the opening 4 days are one of the best stretches of the sports calendar, right? It's
There's no doubt about
start
it.
to finish. It's all day, and everybody's
coming
got a
to
bracket.
Portland this year.
Somebody had a great picture of or video. What was the monkey's name that was carrying around the fake monkey that was getting beat up by the other monkeys?
Punch.
Why are you ruining
Punch.
the magic hat?
I don't think everybody's seen that story by now. I don't think that's breaking news to anybody, but we can still talk about it in the Magic Hat. But it essentially was me walking around.
It was in the news for a couple of days on
Yeah, I mean, that was a pretty big story. I don't think you're. Yeah. We can still talk about it. I'd love to.
Oh, I know. I'm well aware people know about Punch the Monkey.
We can
I
talk
was
about
going
Punch
to
the
save
Monkey.
it for the hat today.
But somebody had a tweet that was basically like me next month walking around with my bracket during the tournament, and it's her dragging her little fake monkey around everywhere I go. I got to take my paper bracket with me. Like, that's what we're excited for. I do think there's the draft angle of it that will always get me going. I certainly don't think the Blazers season is going to end very well. I think we will end up being in the lottery. And, yeah, it's a very slim chance, but there is a chance that you move up, and so I want to keep an eye on the best guys in the sport. Outside of that, it just kind of wake me up come tournament time.
Do you think we're going to lean into it, or are you like me where you think the schedule's too bad and they're going to be stuck in the play and then get obliterated?
I don't even think that you can lean into it and have anything change.
Well, that's what I mean.
Yeah,
they're
I
going to
don't-
be stuck in the play-in.
I think they're leaning into it by the I mean, Shaden shut down for a while, and I wouldn't be surprised if they were super cautious with Denny, but even then, they almost beat Minnesota 2 nights ago.
If Denny misses out on the game requirement, which he's out tonight, so there's another
Is that already
game.
illicit? He's
Yeah,
not
he's
gonna
out.
play
He's
tonight?
out on
Yeah.
the injured report. Like,
Out,
it's
out.
not even doubtful or anything. He's just out.
So
Good, he should be.
He now has to play 18 of the final 24, or it'd be 23?
23 now, I think?
Yeah, so
Somewhere
he's,
in that range.
he's-
He's flirting with it. I mean, it's
Dude,
close.
he's right on that
Yeah.
cusp of not doing. If he's not eligible, I won't be shocked at all when they shut him down.
If he doesn't play on this road trip, if he can't go on the road trip, they got a
it's-
5-game trip, if I'm not mistaken, starting tonight in Chicago.
It's over.
Don't play him.
Yeah,
What are we doing?
right. I
What?
don't want his back to get more messed up.
No, let's go ahead and rest. We're not going anywhere in the standings, and we're not going anywhere win-loss. Like, just shut him down.
But that being said, like I find Michigan, I know they didn't play particularly great against Duke, but I will say, side note, I wasn't in on Monday. We need to figure out. We need more of that.
We talked about that on Monday, how great it was to get a random non-conference
I
game
need
late.
more big.
You see the eyeballs? It was like the most watched regular season. There was something crazy. It was like 4.8 million or something.
Dude, no kidding.
Yeah,
it
it's a
was
massive number.
A top 3 matchup. Like
Late in the year.
I'm gonna watch that all day.
It's a tournament preview that you get that you don't often get in the regular
Do I
season.
want to watch Michigan and Penn State, or do I want to watch Duke and Michigan? Like,
The tough part with
give me
those,
that game all day.
yeah, those big non-conference games always happen too early in the season where people are focused on football. We don't really know who the good teams are yet. Now we know. Like, we know Michigan is arguably the best team in the country or one of the best teams,
Ooh,
and
I got
getting
a
Duke
question.
late, like it just adds to it. It's like when you get a big non-conference game in football and you think, oh, Miami beat Florida, for example. That's a top 15 win, and then you look up at the end of the year and they're 4-8.
Should they do? Here we go. Here's an idea I throw at you. To get you more interested longer, should college basketball take the crappiest of your non-conference? Those are your first games. Then ramp up conference play earlier, and then take your big tournaments / matchups and put them at the end.
I think it'd be a brilliant idea.
Because then your seeding makes more sense too. Because you're like, well, Michigan just played Duke last week.
Well, here's the point.
Michigan's not the
Well,
one. Duke is.
Maybe we talked about this on Monday, too.
We
when he
did a
was
little
out.
bit. The scheduling, yeah.
I think they should go to – you should start with conference play. Like if you –
Yeah, I get it.
especially for smaller conferences that
Yes.
play a double round
Right.
robin. Your first month up until maybe Thanksgiving weekend or whatever should be in conference. Then you do some of your tournaments, your big
holiday
non-conference
tournaments,
stuff. As the meaningless bowl games start to deteriorate and go away, you
Yep.
can fill up the Christmas time, New Year's
Oh, absolutely.
with
Outside
those
of weekends, yeah.
tournaments, and then get into the second round. But even if you could delay, like ESPN does the SEC AC Big Ten Challenge or however they do those, the weekend of around the Super Bowl or something like
Like
that.
how are you running?
I mean, the point
The
is
problem is
sport.
teams want to have their schedule set. Like the coaches want.
I get all that, but you can't.
That's
You got to
the
do what's
problem.
best for the sport.
You can't
Yeah.
be leading that sport and see that amount of people watching that game
Yeah.
and going, "Damn, we're just going to do nothing about that. We're going to move on. Like
if Michigan and
you gotta
Duke played
change.
in a non-conference game early in the year on a Saturday night, you're going head-to-head against a massive college football
and
game.
you probably
people are
see
not.
some of it, but we're not going to talk much about it.
we're
We're
not
like, well,
paying
it's too
attention.
early. You know, this team's too young, and that team.
no.
Like, who cares? This point, these teams know who each other
Well,
are.
especially when you have so much portal transfer, and you have all these, freshmen,
It takes a while to ramp up chemistry. There's no doubt about it. So give me Michigan Duke at the end.
Not to mention like a
Not
Miami,
beginning.
Ohio, who is undefeated this year. Learned that in one of our reports.
28-0.
I had no idea that Miami, Ohio was undefeated.
haven't played anybody because nobody will go play them.
Well, how about they play? Let's do that.
That
now.
would be
go
the
play
other
some. You're
thing.
undefeated. Go play somebody. Let's see how you hang.
The
all
Coastal
those
Carolina
teams.
BYU situation.
yeah,
schedule
like
it.
Santa Clara is right on the bubble.
The Fighting Wally Zerbiaks are undefeated, huh?
Fighting Wally
28-0.
Zerbiaks,
Ah.
the
Yeah.
Red Hawks.
So I'm more interested this year because one, I just think there's so many great teams and coaches in that sport now.
Mm-hmm.
I think when you watch teams like Michigan, like Duke,
Arizona's having a great year.
you're seeing Tommy Lloyd obviously you're seeing the coach impact, and then you still got your feisty old time vet guys out there. The Patinos, the Hurleys, the Izzos, all them, and then you throw in the top draft picks that are in the sport right now. And that's the thing is, when you watch these players play, the Petersons, the Boozers, the Bonsas, I mean, it's the crux of the problem in the association and how college is tied into the NBA. And I want to tell you what I mean by that on the other side. Dirt and Sprague, Hour 2 rolls on 105.1 The Fan.
1080 a.m.
All right, welcome back in. We've got Bill Orem at 8 a.m., and we are going to do a check-in with our really great friend Brooke Olzendam at 8:30 today.
We need to make sure the Queen of Rip City is okay.
We do.
We need to check on her.
It's a Magic Hat Thursday. I wasn't trying to stop you from – I wasn't trying to act like people didn't know about Punch the Monkey. It was more like there's a little bit of a follow-up to the story.
I have not seen the follow-up. I did chuckle, though, because Teddy Ballgame has the same monkey.
Oh, really? Is Punch?
It's an IKEA monkey.
Yeah,
I think Grandma got it for him when she was at IKEA one day and brought it home. It's a cute little monkey, man.
All right, there you go. But I mentioned it. Somebody pointing out like Portland State could be in the tournament this year. They're dominating in the Big Sky right now.
Yeah, they won the regular season. They'll be the 1 seed in the Big Sky tournament.
I hope they do it.
God,
man.
that'd be a bummer if they didn't win the conference tournament.
It's the one thing I kind of hate about the small conferences is like when they
should the regular season be the guaranteed bid? Like you play an entire season. And crown a champion, and then you could randomly have one off day and lose, and you're not going to the tournament.
Well, that's why a lot of those tournaments, the smaller ones, are set up now where it's like the WCC.
You don't have to play until the fourth day of the tournament or whatever.
Your top seeds get buys all the way to the quarters or semis.
Yeah.
You want a good idea? Here's a free one for you, Big Sky. The number 1 seed of your conference, if they dominate the way Portland State did, they have to be eliminated twice to not.
A double elimination?
Just for the 1 seed.
There's a certain amount of game lead. I agree with you completely.
Dude, they played
if it came
really
down
well
to a
this year.
razor-thin margin and you're like splitting with the 2 team, then whatever. But if you won by a wide margin, yeah, I'm with you 100%.
I just I'm looking forward to it. I think it'd be really exciting. And the talent I mentioned, man, like Peterson's come out and he's basically said, I don't listen to the noise. None of what you're saying is true. He's refuting this.
Of course he is.
Boozer is just talk about class. That kid, been around it his whole life, knows exactly how to, what to say, and he plays hard. Like, he's perfect as a franchise piece. Mm-hmm. And then you got A.J. DeBonsa, who Utah hopes desperately they win because they've been paying the kid since he was like 10 years old to just be a part of the Utah basketball system. But yeah, I'm really interested to see how those teams do with their players mixed with the sagey old coaches, the multiple national champions involved. I think the tournament's going to be great. But the reason you're seeing so much interest, I think, this year is the top-end talent. When you're hyping up 3 players and then you're saying the draft is X amount of players deep, you're going to get more people interested that are in the NBA viewing circles.
And the best
right?
players aren't coming from international this year. Like, we get to watch them.
Yeah, well, and that was kind of the case last year. The tough part with last year's draft, though, was you had 2 of the top 5 picks who played on the same team, and that team sucked.
Yeah, Rutgers
was terrible,
right.
And so you didn't really ever watch Harper or Ace Bailey. How far did Baylor go last year? Do you remember off the top of your head? Were they a tournament team? It's not even I'm just curious.
I think they were the round of 32.
Okay. I mean, I'll take
they
it.
Didn't go far,
Edgecombe was the 3rd overall pick. So you had him. You had Cooper Flagg, who was the 1 pick. Knipple, who went 4th. So you had 2 Dukies. And Duke went on a decent run, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Remember them going relatively far in the tournament. So you had a couple of guys in the mix. But if you get BYU, Kansas, and Duke all making it somehow to the Sweet 16, it would be the best possible news for the NCAA tournament.
Well, so I think you're going to get a lot of people that are going to be just basketball-oriented, like NBA-oriented, very into the NCAA tournament.
It's a legitimate debate this year about who the number 1 pick is. That was not a legitimate debate last year. Cooper Flagg was the number 1 pick, and he could have broken both of his legs, and he probably would have been the number 1 pick still.
So I think the tough thing is when you look at the NBA, go through the NBA right now, and you point to it and you tell me, like, how many of those teams ended up being rewarded for being bad.
Yeah.
Right? It's a lot of them. I watched Detroit last night.
Got a nice win over OKC.
Hello, Cade Cunningham.
Yep.
OKC, he didn't play, but Chet Holmgren, hello.
San Antonio was really bad before they got Wemby.
Right. So you see a lot of the results of it, and I know the backlash of tanking has been a big thing for the NBA, and Silver came out and reportedly is David Stern-like. But there's a blurb basically out of Utah where it's like, we understand what you're doing, but you in no way are going to tell us that this isn't the right method. There is a story where basically it writes that Utah had a trade for a huge star last year, and they thought it was a done deal. And then the star said, I don't want to play in Utah. And they had to cancel the trade. And it would have landed him a player that people would have been like, whoa.
Utah did what?
Utah, hello.
And they even did that this year. They went out and got Triple J.
Right. Who did they shut down?
Triple J.
Now who's going to get shut down?
Laurie Marketing.
Laurie Markkinen. MRI needs to develop something. Okay.
The NBA sending independent doctors out, according to some sources, to take a look at the MRIs themselves.
Well, according to Rick Carlisle, they won't actually do what they're supposed to do, and here you go. My whole point is, like, if Utah cannot get star players to agree to a trade, they're never going to get free agents.
No.
There was a Utah-based story about how Utah has lined itself up to be the next baseball city, right? Salt Lake.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a little blurb in there from Donovan Mitchell. Donovan Mitchell was like, I was tired of fighting for black people in the state of Utah. It just became hard.
Yeah.
Darren Williams. Yeah, man. Nobody was going to come to Utah. And so you got a little bit of a problem there trying to recruit talent there. So if you can't,
we know that firsthand in our own market.
Right.
We deal with the same thing.
So if you can't sign free agents of note,
It's the only way to get better.
and players are saying, I don't want to be traded there.
Yeah.
What do you want these organizations to do when
There's
they
no
look
other
at the top of
alternative.
the standings and go, wait, how did they? Oh, that's how they got. Oh, how did they? Oh, that's how they
Yeah.
got it. So
Detroit, Oklahoma City, San Antonio, Cleveland, Minnesota. List goes on and on.
The NBA isn't actually mad about tanking. The NBA is mad about how loud tanking is.
Well, and
You
Utah
can't be loud
deserves
about
some blame for that, for the way they handled it.
Because
Like,
they were loud.
Just shut guys down. If you don't just fake an injury, shut them down. We all know what Utah's doing. Don't play guys for 3 quarters and then shut them down in the 4th quarter.
There's no doubt.
That brought the competition angle and the integrity of the league into question. Everybody knows that tanking's happened forever in the NBA, and Utah is a prime suspect of it. But that's ultimately where I've landed, and Utah is 100% right. We just went through this at the trade deadline, man. Like, I don't know how much we want to believe or not believe about the Giannis stuff and what he wanted and what he didn't want. I think he wanted out. We unquestionably had the best package. Like, it's not even a debate.
Unquestionably.
Go look at what Miami could have, of the markets that he was interested in playing for. New York has no first-round picks.
You could argue San Antonio has a better package than we do.
But they weren't ever actually interested in going after him. OKC has a better package than we do, but are they actually going to make the move? So I'm not saying of all teams in the NBA, but the teams who were seriously considering making the move, of Miami, New York, Golden State, and us, or LA, or whatever market you want to include, name me the situation that has a better offer than we do in terms of salary filler, young players, and future draft assets, by the way, which are theirs. They'd get their picks back. And what was the reporting around Giannis? He didn't want to play in Portland.
Yeah.
Now, again, I don't, how much this is real, how much this is fake, I don't know. We'll see what happens in the offseason. But he's not going to likely say yes
Right.
to a trade to Portland, which again proves the point. You could have all the assets ready to go make a move to the Utah angle from last year, and if the guy says no,
2
and he's
years
on,
ago, by the way.
2 years ago, fine, but he's on an expiring contract, so he has all the leverage. Because if you trade for him, I'd be okay with it as a fan because maybe you win a title in the 1 year that he's here. But if you don't and you gave up all that stuff and you only get him for a year and then he walks, you are screwed. And so it's the only pathway for 70% of NBA market, which genuinely sucks because this doesn't exist in any other sport.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about, Green Bay doesn't have to worry about.
Guys aren't going to sign. I mean, they didn't usually go after free agents, and then they got Reggie White and they won Super Bowls or a Super Bowl.
Well, but they also don't have problem retaining their talent.
No, because it's the NFL.
Can I ask you a quick question here? I know we're against. Yeah, I know. I get it.
Yeah.
Why is that?
I don't understand.
Why is the NBA
the only sport that deals with this?
Because the money is better when you stay at a city that drafts you.
Yes, it is.
So give me an equivalent of Green Bay. Is it us? Is it Utah? Let's just say it's us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you don't get a Dame Lillard, a guy with that kind of
Loyalty?
personality trait, loyalty,
Yeah.
you get a cat that wants to be on the world stage, and
He's out. He wants out. Get me out of here.
why? I guess I don't really quite.
It's the only sport that deals with it.
What am
which
I missing there?
Genuinely sucks.
Anything about that? I mean, I know the NFL has this problem. They don't deal with this problem, but
No, there's small markets in baseball with bad owners that players want off, but that's a different story than market size.
Yeah.
Market size usually doesn't dictate that.
yeah.
If guys are successful in a place and teams are willing to pay them, unless the team is just an absolute dumpster fire, they usually resign.
Well, if we won the lottery, do you think we've also reached a new wave where the players, so Boozer, Peterson, DeBonsa, if we somehow struck
the
gold,
2% chance hits or whatever, yeah.
and we got one of those 3 picks, I also wonder with the new wave of stars, the young players, are they going to have to worry about this anymore? Or is that like a weird era of, you don't have a ring, you're a bum,
Yeah.
pushed with, you need to be famous? And that era kind of meshes together, and you saw this star hopping and super teams being created. And so it's a push from society onto a league which drives players because they hear it all the time. But now you look at, like, SGA doesn't appear to be going anywhere. Wemby strikes me as he's not in any rush to leave.
Right.
Hell, go to the younger players. Is Cooper Flagg going to be get me out of here guy? I don't think so.
I think a lot of it.
Nipple's dominating. Where? Charlotte.
It's also like I can't use the rookies as an example because they've been in the league for 6 months,
That's
so
fine.
I can't quite use that. SGA, you're 100% spot on. If they didn't win a title, like I think that's a tough part. Like they won, so why would you leave if you won? That's different than some other scenarios.
Is Ant Edwards a guy that you think if Minnesota comes
they
up
go
short?
4 more years and they don't go to the finals? Do you think does he not get like? I don't know. That's a great question.
But see, at that point, what would that be? What is this for him? Year 5, 6?
Yeah, he'd be
5.
like where Dame was when he's like,
So
I've
it's
been
like-
here a decade.
If you're telling me a decade and you can't get it,
Totally fair. Yeah,
that's more on the organization.
Without a doubt.
And then if you use the
That's
NFL
not
rule,
the city. or
He's
anything.
24 years old. This is his 6th year in the league.
okay, so he went a decade in Minnesota. They didn't get to a title.
Yeah, it's different. I
A
grant you
little
that.
bit's going to be on him because that's how the sport's built. But also, the organization would be at fault. And then if we took the NFL to our own counterpoint, how many players outside of quarterback and left tackle are on their NFL team for a decade?
Very rare.
Very rare.
Very
Yeah.
rare.
Stud receivers, cornerbacks, like very
Even them,
rare.
eventually, you're likely getting dealt.
Yeah, you don't get that. Those guys are out of there after 5-6 years on average.
Plus, the
So-
NFL, your job security is far more tenuous than when NBA guys
No
get
doubt.
the contract and get the guaranteed deal.
Yeah.
You know,
But
and
these
NBA
three-
players have much more influence as to where and when they go places than NFL players.
These three, this is why we're watching the tournament. Like, it's not just why I'm watching, but this is what's getting me excited is these three appear to be worth doing what Utah's doing.
Yes, and it might turn around the tunes of a franchise relatively quickly.
Absolutely,
Like
yeah.
we've seen, I know Dallas has not been great win-loss wise, but the optimism there is what, right? You got Cooper Flagg.
Yeah.
Your future's bright.
No
You
doubt.
mentioned Con Knipple in
Yeah.
Charlotte and how well he's playing.
Yep.
Like that's how quickly things can change.
Edge comes
for you.
having a good year in
Edge
Philly.
comes having a really good year. Him and Maxey have been a great combination.
Mm-hmm.
If they could get Embiid healthy, like there's a pathway there, and so that's why teams do it because it works. And this is why we should just go to the NFL style. You're the worst. You want to lose 70 games in a year?
We're not getting into that.
Here's the number 1 pick. Take it. You deserve it.
All right, we got a lot more to get to. It's 7:33. We're back with more, but first, Swag with the sports update.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, Blazers start their 5-game road trip tonight in Chicago, facing a Bulls squad that's on a 10-game losing streak. Denny Avdia still out. Robert Williams III questionable. 5 o'clock tip on KUNP Xfinity Channel 1016. Blazers 4.5-point favorites. To the college ranks, the Ducks men get a big win over Wisconsin Wednesday night, 85-71. Nate Biddle led the way with 20 points. Next up, the Ducks will visit Northwestern Saturday morning. Oregon State needed overtime to get past San Diego, 92-82, but that win moves them into the 4th slot in the West Coast Conference. Their final game of the regular season is this Saturday at Santa Clara. PGA Tour is beginning its Florida swing at PGA National for the Cognizant Classic in the Palm Beaches. Right now, a 5-way to 6-way tie at 4 under atop the leaderboard. Kevin Streelman, Billy Horschel amongst those right there. Brooks Koepka, probably the biggest name in the field, will tee off at 9:23. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Recruiting with Andrew a.m.
We got Bill Orm at the top of the hour. The Queen of Rip City, Brooke Olsendam at 8:30. And it's a Magic Hat Thursday. I just saw the video. Swag, I want to get the pucker meter factor from you. You're somebody that doesn't strike me as get scared often guy. Like, I feel like you're the guy that hears a noise, and unlike half of the country or maybe more, you're not, like, spooked. You're just like, what is that?
I mean, we had that when we had our office intruder that was coming to behead us. Swigard was the first one out there. He was the first line of
Casually
defense
walked right
out
out.
of the trenches. He ran out right into the middle of the action.
And then made us do a report as we're
He
still
did.
like, what's going on
Dude,
with this
am I
guy?
going to die? I got to turn around. I can't
Show
talk in
goes
the
on.
microphone.
Show goes on.
The show goes on, you
I'm a
little
diffuser.
bitch. Keep going. What are you
I
complaining
don't threaten
about?
anybody.
That, yeah.
I
There's
got
a
to
strength
admit,
there.
I did feel like a little bit of a bitch in that moment, but my mind was racing, and you just going, the show goes on. I was like,
What?
all right.
All right. So what's the deal with NBA free agency?
I saw a video that happened yesterday in Omaha. A street was swallowed by a sinkhole yesterday, and two cars are just sitting at a light. There's a truck and a car.
Just chilling there at a red
And
light.
the road just literally collapses. The car sinks lower than the truck, of course. But I just thought, like,
If
what,
you're just sitting there at a red light,
what
and
are
all of
you
a sudden
thinking?
you feel a little tremble because there's got to be some feeling. I'd
I don't
imagine.
think it trembled. I think it just collapsed.
Whoa, 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 whoa!
I think
I'd
about
freak
this
out.
sometimes at a golf course. Like, what if I'm just walking in a fairway? La da 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 da. Fairway finder.
I'm going golfing.
Bam. Sinkhole.
Sinkhole,
8 feet down.
quicksand.
Whoa.
Imagine nobody else seeing it too, and then the look around, like somebody else. I'm over on the other fairway trying to find a tee shot. Somebody else is back over here. We just turn around like Sprague, Sprague. But if it's small enough, you can't see it unless you're like close enough to like
Right,
see the little hole in
exactly.
the fairway.
Yeah.
Sprague.
Just a faint.
Oh, man. Where'd he go? He got abducted by.
I would
He's
hope
getting
that I would
probed right now.
realize I'm safer in the car initially, probably like cinching up the seatbelt kind of,
Your thought is I'm safer in the car.
well, initially.
Really? I
Like,
want out
to
of the car.
To absorb, well,
To
if
absorb
I'm
the
falling,
fall. Yeah, Swag's right there.
Until,
Like if you're walking.
until I feel like I'm settled,
Do
like,
you ever feel
how long until you
settled?
move?
I don't know.
Immediately.
You move immediately.
Well, like, so in this video, it looks like the road collapsed 5 or 6 feet, maybe. But it collapses in a weird way. As soon as we, like, stop, I'm immediately getting out of that car. Because I
Buckling
don't
in
know
and-
how much further it's going to keep sinking.
How deep is this
Yeah.
hole?
Like,
How
what if
far
that
are we
goes
going?
another 20 feet down?
Yeah, it's very true.
Well, I'm more worried about the hole filling up on top of itself. Eventually, I will get to either ground or water, one of the two. But it's if stuff starts coming down on
over
top
the top.
of me,
Yeah.
and I got to be careful about getting out, depending on because if there's more cars or whatever,
Yeah.
I'm safer to absorb impact in the car
Good point.
than if I get out and
This is
try
why
to
we talk
climb
to a
out.
scientific mind. You got to get the
I
scientific
think you
minds
have a
on this.
condition, and I don't know how to diagnose it, but you think in a way that's not how I would think in that moment. Mine is, whoa, get out of here, man.
Move.
I'm not thinking about water.
You got to be
or
calm,
on top.
cool, and collected in a moment of panic. There's no
Nobody
time to
is.
rush through this.
Nobody
Take a
is.
deep breath.
Trying
Think
to-
internally. How
trying
do I
to
get out of this situation?
Trying to
up.
assess what actually happened.
I'd pee
crap.
my pants if that car went down. I'm peeing my pants.
I'd
Terrified,
Yeah.
dude. There's
I'd
no
be on
strength
edge,
there.
but before I just made a knee-jerk reaction, I try to like, okay, what is actually happening?
What's the protocol if you're just like walking your dog 40 yards away? How close are you getting? Because my thought, well, you want to go help, right? Your first thought is,
But what
oh
if
my
it
God,
keeps collapsing?
how
Yeah.
big is this
Right.
hole? How close am I getting to the hole here?
Right.
Well, the hole's big enough, and you don't have to be that close to know what's going on. And
Yeah.
if you have your cell phone, you can dial 911.
That's
and
true. Just call.
People did
This
run
isn't
over
on
to
me.
the cars.
They did.
Like,
They
hey,
ran
need
over to
help?
help them out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Terrifying. Sinkholes, I don't know how it works. Terrifying.
Would you go help?
Well, it's erosion underneath, usually like a water source or something,
Right.
and it erodes away the earth, and eventually there's not enough around it to support the weight of what's on top, and it just collapses.
There it goes. I'd stay in the area. I don't know how close. I don't know. I'm not climbing into the hole. I'm not going into a hole. It's not happening, dude.
Well,
Can I
now
find
you're
some-
the bystander just watching.
Well, I'm on the phone. I'm making sure you're
Yeah.
okay. You need anything? You need me to
Fire
throw you water
rescue.
down there?
We need
I'm not
some
climbing
rope. We
into
need
that
some
thing.
ladders.
Yeah.
What do we need?
What do I have? I have no tools.
Ladders.
I have no strength.
What's a ladder?
And the fire
Big
department
fire
when
ladder?
they show up.
He's walking his dog.
I'm calling the cops.
That's what
I'm
he's calling for.
Yes.
We need search and rescue.
This is
here.
how I
we need
help.
Fire. We need
You need anything? I'll order a pizza.
Told my daughter once, I was like, if your car falls off a bridge into water, what you should do is immediately roll your windows down, because if you get submerged and you survive the fall, you got to get out that way.
Yes.
And she goes, you think you're doing that if the bridge collapse? And I go, I like to think I would.
Bridge collapsing is different than your car somehow going over the edge. Collapsing, you're dead because everything's falling on top of you. If you go over the edge, I've always thought, why don't you just roll the window down and jump out while the car's going down?
We all have that thought.
Everybody has
but
that
there's
thought.
no chance
Auto
that's
window
happening.
down, just kind of wiggle. You got some
Well, here's
time
the
here. I got
tricky
8
part. If
seconds
you
until
wait,
the car's going to hit
you
the
have
water.
to do it on the way down, because if you get into the water
Then you're screwed.
and the car shorts out or whatever, because
The
the
windows
water
aren't
shorts,
going down.
then
That's why you
can't
roll
do-
the windows
yeah.
down before
Then you got to
you
try
fall.
and break the
Exactly.
windows loose. You're not getting out of that
You
thing.
feel that bridge, you're on immediately. The windows are down.
All four. You got to get all four
All
down.
four.
All four windows down.
And immediately you hit that water.
Yeah.
Seatbelt off now before it's too late. And now you're swimming out, and you've safely made it to the
Look
island.
at that. We figured it out.
We just saved
We just
everybody.
survived
There
the
you go.
car going over the side of a bridge.
I knew we'd accomplish something in this show.
Sinkhole Swag's fine. Don't worry about it. He's got points in his head, ready to go. Step 1, step 2, step 3.
I tell you, I don't know what the condition will be called, but he's got a condition, and I think he's like a settled mind in these moments.
I'm going to tell you, based on the one intruder scenario that we had, if something goes down, I kind of want Swigard in the vicinity.
Did you watch New Girl?
No.
Have you seen the gif of Jake Johnson being carried by the old Asian man in the pool, and
I
he's
think so.
awkwardly uncomfortable?
Yes.
I feel like that'd be Swag with me during an earthquake.
He's our old Asian
He'd
man.
just come in and pick me up, and I'm
You're
like,
all
what
right,
are you
buddy.
doing?
You're
He'd like,
all
just
right.
trust me, Sprague. Shut
You're
up.
Okay, just stop
He'd
complaining.
drop me onto a sidewalk.
Stop
like,
crying.
How did you do that?
You're going to be all right. Don't worry about it.
I
Okay?
have a condition. No panic syndrome.
I stay calm in disaster scenarios.
You do have a calming face.
Yeah,
Well, thank you.
he does.
Something like you're never like rattled by anything
It's
other than the
reassuring.
clock. The clock drives you crazy.
The clock will rattle him. Outside of
it
that,
does.
nothing rattles him.
Okay, I didn't get to my Ishbia thing. Can Matt Ishbia save us?
No,
Really?
he can't.
I think he's got a good step here. We'll get to that. We'll talk with Bill Oram at 8 and the Queen of Rip City at 8:30. Dirt and Sprague back with more on 105.1 The Fan.
It's time for Who's Stinking It Up?
Do not go in there.
A sports lowlight, ripped from the headlines.
We couldn't do diddly poo.
Brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services. Schedule your appointment online at threemountainshomservices.com.
Caravan puts it on the floor, goes all the way to the basket and scoops it in. Oh, man. What is he? Jerry West now? He scooped it on a reverse.
Yeah, there is Mike Crispino of Learfield Yukon Radio. Yukon giving Patino, I think it's his worst loss, 72-40, if I'm not mistaken.
There is a number on this. Hold on, let me go find it because I saw this yesterday. I said this has to be stinking it up. St. John's missed 24 consecutive field goals in the game in the second half. Their last made bucket came with 17:28 to go in the second half. That is the longest streak of missed field goals by an AP-ranked team in the last 8 seasons. 24 in a row!
Who's stinking it up? St. John's at Yukon, brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services. It is February 26th, ladies and gentlemen. That means the month is almost over, and our friends at Three Mountains Home Services have an amazing offer for a very limited time. You can buy an AC, and you'll get a furnace absolutely free. It's a limited time offer, a great local company, good deal. Jump on it now. Time is winding down. Year-round comfort starts now. Visit threemountainshomservices.com today.
AM.
You know, sometimes we don't get enough credit for life-changing advice, and I think that's what that last segment was.
I'm all gravy, baby.
You need to have a swag in your life.
Somebody said, where did this go? I'm sitting here in my work van, just trying to picture myself manually rolling down a window while I'm falling off of a bridge. Dude, you got to be prepared in all moments. Driving around. If you got manual windows, you're screwed in that scenario. I hate to break it to you.
Paint buckets just hitting you in the head.
How quickly can I do this? Those damn manual windows bit you in the ass.
Yeah, that's the part of technology you need. You need the automatic window, I think, to be your friend there.
Another one said, we had a tractor fall in a sinkhole. Drain tile below the ground had washed out. Boom, our tractor dropped in. Didn't fall all the way in, but it was freaky looking.
Yeah.
My guy was calm. He just shut the tractor down and got out and got away. Wouldn't be me.
I feel like those pants are just below the butt crack. He's calmly like, oh, it's all right. It happens.
Yeah, we'll be fine. Fred, grab the rope. Need some help out of here.
Been through it before.
This happens all the time.
Get old Betsy. She'll pull her out. I feel like those people just know.
They just know. I've never been in that. I haven't been in that many like panic situations to know how I would respond. We all have an idea of how you would respond.
You can't know.
But you can't know
You have to
until
go
you're
through
in
it.
the setting.
Yeah.
And I haven't been in anything that serious.
Well, I painted a disaster scenario to you and Dusty last week at the end of the week, and I would say Dusty probably panicked the most with his response.
Oh, alien invasion? Yeah, what do you do?
Well,
if
not
you see a
invasion.
spacecraft, where do you go?
Yeah, if a spacecraft slowly descends on Earth and
And we can
it's
see it.
obviously a spacecraft.
Getting covered on the news. This is an alien. There's an alien spacecraft.
And then there's choppers
flying around.
I said, what would you do? And Dusty was like, I'd get in the car and leave. And I go, you do what everybody else is doing?
Yeah, then you're just piled up on the
Now
freeway with
you're in
everybody
traffic.
else.
He
Now
goes, well, yeah, but I'm trying to drive away from where it is. And I go,
we don't know where they are. Where are they going to go?
we don't know what they're going to do.
Yeah, I have no idea.
And also,
You hunker down. You get supplies. You don't leave the house.
that's what I said.
Find somebody with a gun, because I don't own a gun. I think my father-in-law has some guns. I'll
There
go
you
over
go.
to his house.
All right.
Pick up a gun real quick. Hunker down.
Oh, so now you're at his house.
Well, no, I'm going home. I'm going to run over there real quick, grab a couple of guns.
I don't think you're running over there real quick.
You just we'll be we'll, just
The
in a
chaos
jiff.
has ensued.
Be there in a jiff, and then we're back home, nailing everything shut. We'll be all right.
So acts like, what's happened to
I
this
got some,
show?
I got
don't
some
know.
canned food.
I don't know.
Just open a bottle of wine, see if they
This is
enjoy
exactly
it.
what Swagger would do. This is why we need him in our lives. He would open up a nice bottle of whiskey, sit down on his porch. There's a great story.
How do you feel about salmon? Can I Traeger up some salmon?
Hey,
yeah,
E.T.
yeah, your Traeger's still working.
E.T., we got anything in common? You think this is funny?
Huh?
That's not me.
Hey, aliens, you want to hear what turtles sound like when they're having sex? I'll play it for you.
These are animals. Wait for his finishing move, all right? Are you ready? I think you're ready for this.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Sat
Phone
down.
this home.
Here it is. Welcome to Earth.
Twice in one show is an all-time quota record. There was a story years ago. Remember when they sent out they accidentally sent out a massive tsunami alert for Hawaii?
Yes.
And it was like, everybody's going to die on the islands of Hawaii, but it was an accident that sent out.
I think I corrected you on this once. I think it was a missile.
No, it was a tsunami.
It was a
It for
tsunami?
sure was a tsunami,
Okay.
yeah. Because you said missile, and I think I went and looked it up because I was like, was it really a missile? It was a tsunami.
Okay.
So it was it was one of those, like, you get the weather alerts, like, hey, flood warning in your area, and it was a tsunami warning. The Giants TV play-by-play guy, Dwayne Kuiper, was in Hawaii on vacation getting ready for the start of the season, and he came back and he told the story that they got the alerts on their phone. You have 2 minutes to shelter, like it was something crazy, like here comes a 100-foot wave, and he said he just poured a cocktail and walked out onto the balcony of his hotel.
Yeah.
Then what are you going to do?
See you later.
Here's my cocktail. Let's sit here.
Bill Orm will join us at 8. Queen of Rip City at 8:30. Brooke Olzendam. Brooke Heart Your Heart.
Yes.
Matt Ishbia, pivoting from one alien to another. Matt Ishbia wants to save the NBA All-Star Weekend.
Why does he want to do that, Brandon?
What do you mean?
What's the reasoning for him?
He wants to donate to charity.
Of course, that's the only reason, right?
Has nothing to do with him hosting it.
Has
No.
nothing to do with the All-Star festivities being in
come
Phoenix
on.
next year?
Outta here.
No. I applaud the efforts, but this is hilarious.
Well, I mean, like, Adam Silver says the NBA hasn't heard or thought about this at all, and I'm like, what do you need to hear and think about? If he wants to pay $1 million,
Let him pay $1 million.
why would you get in the way of that?
How many more guys are going to do the slam dunk contest for $1 million prize?
So, did you see? I don't know how much of the pregame Blazers Wolves you saw on the Peacock
I didn't see
Network.
a lot of the pregame.
They went to Portland very quickly from the first game to tease that it's coming up next,
Mm-hmm.
and the tease video was Ant Edwards warming up, talking
Yeah.
to Vince Carter. Vince Carter has made it his mission to convince the stars, hey, man, it's
the dunk contest?
it's a good thing. You should do this. And you could clearly see them talking about dunks because Ant was like signaling like a reverse type of dunk to Vince Carter. I mean, you throw $1 million. I think you would get an Ant Edwards type player to do this.
I would hope
It's
so.
$1 million effing dollars.
It is $1 million. How much money does Anthony Edwards make a year?
He already lost $2 million to baby mama, so like I think he can make half of that back.
He's making $45 million this year.
He paid a woman like
He
$1.8
did.
million in child custody for 18 years ahead of time.
He did, yes.
Instead of being brought back into court, he would take that deal.
To me, the incentive is great for players who are on rookie scale contracts and guys early in their career because for them, legitimately $1 million makes a difference. I don't know if that's the caliber of guy that you're getting. Now, maybe you end up being right here. And we look up at the All-Star break next year and say, Ant Edwards and this name and this name and this name are all doing the dunk contest. What a great idea, Matt Ishbia. I just don't think I don't know. I hate to. It sounds horrible to say. I don't think $1 million is motivating them.
It's $1 million.
I know it's $1 million, a lot of money for you and me.
Chet Holmgren
If you
sang
put
on
$1 million
a commercial for $1 million.
If you put $1 million in Anthony Edwards' bank account right now, is he noticing?
No, but he'd be like, hell yeah.
That's cool.
So if you tell him you get $1 million to just finish a couple
Is that
dunks,
enough to get him to do the dunk
Now,
contest?
if they had it out there in a suitcase like the final table at the World Poker
You
World
give him a
Series
briefcase
of
of
Poker,
cash.
that'd be pretty
Yeah.
sweet. I'd be in on that.
Okay. We'll see. I don't think this is going to be the incentivizer.
Is VJ Edgecombe a big enough name?
No,
Really?
not yet. No.
Okay.
I think it's a decent sized name, but he's not going to
So
get the
who is
random.
the name? Is it just an Ant Edwards?
I mean, yeah, you got to get the biggest names in the NBA, and he's one of them.
All right.
Edgecombe's a nice little name.
You don't
I
think
just-
$1 million moves the needle on this?
I don't think it does. For some people, it does for sure. Does it move the needle for them to win the prize money and the play-in tournament? Don't they get money for that?
For the what?
For the in-season tournament?
Yeah. And they play in it. We haven't had anybody sit, so they
true.
care about the prize money.
They
Most
do.
of them end up giving it to the end of bench guys.
Because they need the money. And unfortunately, you don't need end-of-bench guys in the slam dunk contest.
All right, poo-poo Matt Ashby all you want.
He's trying to do it for the three-point contest, too. Look,
He doesn't need to do it for the three-point. Those guys will do it.
He is an
Steph's
owner.
coming back into
yes, and because they can't get embarrassed unless you miss some shots, but those guys don't have to worry about that often. I love what Ishbia is doing as an owner. Like not you and I, but the general NBA fan kind of crapped on him for the last 16 months.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, he's innovative. He's aggressive. He got them to a direct, easy channel to access. He's lowered prices in the arena. He genuinely cares about fans. All of that I'm applauding. He's anti-tanking. He said we're always going to try and win. Like, I'm genuinely a believer in Matt Ishbia as an owner, and we were way too quick to ridicule him over the last 12 to 16 months. I don't think $1 million, unfortunately, incentivized. But I'm hoping I'm wrong because it'd be fun if it wasn't.
Loaded third hour of the program. We got Brooke Olsendam at 8:30. Coming up top of the hour, Bill Oram will join us. We'll check in with Bill Oram, wrote an article about Oregon State's rivalry ending, and we'll get his thoughts on the Blazers and their current predicament. We'll get that hour 3, Dirt and Sprague, 105.1 The Fan.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, Trailblazers hoping to take advantage of the tanking Bulls tonight in Chicago as they open up a 5-game road trip. The Bulls have lost 10 in a row. Tip at 5 on KUNP, Xfinity Channel 1016. Portland 4.5-point favorites. The Oregon Ducks men trying to get in position for a miracle run in the Big Ten tournament, taking down Wisconsin Wednesday night 85-71. Nate Biddle led the way with 20 points. They will head to Chicago to face Northwestern Saturday morning here on the Fan. Oregon State needed overtime to beat San Diego 90-82. That win moves the Beavs into the 4th slot of the West Coast Conference standings. They have one more regular season game this Saturday at Santa Clara. PGA Tour begins its Florida swing. The Cognizant Classic in the Palm Beaches at PGA National. Nico Echeverria, Austin Smotherman have gone to the top of the leaderboard at 5 under par. Brooks Koepka will tee off in the afternoon wave, 9:23 this morning. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt, missing work? Insurance companies acting like jerks? Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Your home for
And happy third hour on a Thursday.
It's so good.
Lots to get to the next 2 hours of the show. Dirt and Sprague here, Portland Sports Leader. 105.1 FM, The Fan. I love you a lot. Kirk Cousins, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, live on YouTube. By the way, to be fair to both of us, and I think I was just searching to make my opinion right, there were back-to-back years where in 2018 it was a false missile alert, and then in 2019 they had a false tsunami alert.
Oh, okay, so it's happened
I can't
twice.
remember which year it was, but I searched, was it a false tsunami alarm? And it confirmed yes, but they were listeners confirming back-to-back years they had one of each. So I don't know which one it was.
The one I remember more than the tsunami was the missile because I think it was either Colin or somebody like that, national media member was there and was like, well, that was terrifying.
You know what else is terrifying?
What?
The threat of losing your NBA team.
Well, why did we?
Joining us now.
Or a rivalry.
Or a rivalry. That's true. I got to start there. We're going to start there. Bill Oram, columnist of The Oregonian, at Bill Oram on Twitter. Go give him a follow, OregonLive.com. Bill, good morning to you. We're talking about how do we handle ourselves in chaos scenarios, tsunamis and earthquakes and all that. One, how are you under pressure in a disaster scenario? Two, why are you scaring the hell out of everybody, Bill?
I have so many things to launch into here, so get out of my way.
Okay.
Number one, the 2018 missile disaster, or the missile scare, was like 3 weeks before the trade deadline or something like that, and I was covering the Lakers, and Magic Johnson was the president of basketball operations for the Lakers. And nobody knew at that point how little work Magic actually did as the president of basketball operations, or at least it hadn't become like totally obvious just yet, until somebody tweeted from Hawaii, "We're sheltering in the basement of our hotel and Magic Johnson's here."
He's hiding in the basement? That'll do it, Magic.
If I'm going to die and I'm having a missile strike.
Would he say the most obvious thing like he does on Twitter? Would it be like, this is scary?
The missile strike turned out to be a false alarm.
Yes.
Hawaii is not going to get destroyed by a missile today. No. Signed, Magic Johnson. Yeah.
But is there not something oddly comforting about knowing that you're going down next to Irvin Magic Johnson? Can you smile for me one more time, man?
One more time.
I mean, I probably need to leave that one alone. But yeah.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
What?
All right. What else you got to unravel, Bill? What else you got for us?
Well, you asked how I am in a disaster, and I think that it would be better to ask disasters what they do in the presence of me.
Wow.
That was
really?
I'll give you a slow clap for that one.
I'll give you
that was solid.
That
was pretty
wasn't
good.
Bad.
You cooked that one up on the spot. I'll give you an 8.2 out of 10 on that one. That was solid.
Good.
That was well done.
That's at least good enough for bronze, right?
That's a bronze. I'll give you a bronze for that.
That's all you aim for is a medal.
I mean, I don't know if you're happy about getting the plushy stuffed animal, but I'll give you a bronze medal for that.
Hey, I heard from Eileen Gu that it's the medal that counts.
Exactly. You're damn right it is. Now let me ask you this:
it's an honor to be nominated.
You wrote a couple things that have upset people, scared people. You got the Blazers, and then you got the Civil War rivalry no longer existing potentially. I want to start with the football one. I hear everything you're writing, saying. I get it. I'm not reading this and going, oh, what is he talking about? I understand your perspective. I also would just say, if something doesn't feel close to how it felt, is it still really alive? And that, to me, has been this game now for 2 seasons. It feels irrelevant. It's played at a weird time. It's 90 degrees outside now. I feel like both fan bases understand what's happening here. Keeping something around because it's been around doesn't necessarily make sense to me, nor do I think it makes sense for Oregon State. So I thought you wrote a good column. I disagree with some of it, but overall it just hasn't felt the same for a couple years.
Was there a question?
No, I just, I thought you did a good job. You made me think a little bit, but I think it needs to go away.
So I think that's completely valid, and I understand why people feel that way, and I hear it. I think there's a couple of things. I think there's the sentimental piece, and I think there's also the practical piece. The practical piece first. You said it doesn't make sense for Oregon State. Oregon State needs a home game against Oregon every other year for ticket sales, for season tickets, for revenue. I know that that's not something that like your average fan wants to hear, but your average fan is also the person who's deciding whether or not they want to buy season tickets. So I think that is a big part of this. You're not getting Power 4, let alone CFP contending teams to come into Corvallis and play road games. That's the reason we're talking about the Ole Miss game in 2030 being no way, no how are they actually going to come to Corvallis. So to have those kinds of home games on your schedule, to sell tickets, to draw eyeballs, to be on network TV, that matters. So I think that's something that I wouldn't take lightly. I also, despite recognizing the incredible disparity in revenue and recent success and conference, like the situation right now is not necessarily going to be the situation forever. And I feel like we're such prisoners of the moment that we are making decisions that will have a ripple effect that goes beyond the actual circumstances that we're currently experiencing. We don't know what Oregon football or Oregon athletics is going to look like, after Phil Knight is not here, right? Like there's going to be a change of some kind simply because of what his presence means and represents to Oregon football. That doesn't mean it falls off the cliff, but I think that there might be a little bit of a softening. Does that make up for the total gap? No, Oregon will still be in the Big Ten, but we don't know what conferences are going to look like within the next 5 years. We don't know if there will be conferences. We don't know if there will be college football. And I think that we need to take ourselves out of the view of the state of college football right now and adjusting everything for the state of college football right now and say, and start with what our guiding principles are. And listen, this is a completely fantastical, naive perspective, and I get that. But I just think that down the road, we are going to look back at this with regret. And the guiding principle that I think that both schools should be operating with as a must in their operations is we play our rival, we play our in-state rival each year, and then you build out everything from there. And that is not the way that these schools have operated. If it was, Oregon wouldn't have gone to the Big Ten. If it was, Oregon State wouldn't be pinching pennies over its scheduling to kick the can down the road a year on this game. I think everybody deserves a piece of the criticism here, but ultimately, I just think it is something that is bigger than any one moment, any one season, any state, any period of time, and it's something that like I wrote, the arc of the universe is long, and I think that we're going to look back on this and say, why did we treat this so cavalierly? Because it's something that's been really important for a really, really long time, but we hit this moment in time, and it's like, no, it can go by the wayside.
Yeah.
And I think that is, I just think that's cavalier and unwise.
I think that's the best argument to be made for sure for keeping it, because it's one where we don't know. The landscape is changing constantly from year to year, month to month, hell, even, of what the sport is actually going to look like. I guess and this isn't even your responsibility. I'm just curious, what would if Scott Barnes sat down with you and said, how do I sell this? Because this one feels like a lose-lose situation to sell for Oregon State fans. Like I've long said as an Oregon alum, like with this, the ball is in Oregon State's court. If they want to keep playing it. My school's the one that left. It's like, if you guys want to keep doing this, by all means, we'll keep doing it. But the pushback you're going to get from Oregon State fan is immediately, one, I don't want to do anymore. They left us. Then it's, well, why are we helping them with a close non-conference game every other year on the road that's a bust right away when they got to play conference games at Rutgers and Maryland and Indiana and, whatever. The list goes on, Penn State. So we're doing them a solid by giving them an easy travel game in non-conference that doesn't exist elsewhere for a road non-conference game. And I think the point on selling tickets and generating interest from a home schedule is valid, but I think the counter Oregon State fans would make is if the trend in the game continues in the short term. I mean, I can't remember what it was 2 years ago, but that stadium's going to be 40% green and yellow because there's not the same appetite from Oregon State fans. So I guess, I don't know, in a roundabout way, like, how does Scott Barnes sell this? Is there a way to sell this to the fan base that could get them to, digest it a little bit better? Or is this just, you got to make the agreement because it's in the best long case interest of the rivalry, but no matter what, the fan base is going to hate his guts on this one?
Well, Republicans buy sneakers too, right? Like,
yep.
I mean, at the end of the day, ultimately, you need those tickets to be sold. And if you've been to an Oregon State game in the last 2 years, frankly, especially in the first few weeks of the season, it has been a ghost town. Mm-hmm. They are not getting butts in seats. The numbers that they are putting out for attendance have been laughably inflated. So at a certain point, you need butts in seats because you have a brand new stadium that you're still paying for. But that is not the fan argument, and that is not the sentimental argument that I understand you're getting at. And listen, I think there is currently a divide between Oregon State fans and Scott Barnes, because Scott Barnes, despite kicking the can down the road, which I am opposed to, has at least signaled that they are committed to getting this back on the schedule in 2028 and with a multi-year commitment beyond that. So Oregon State University has already made the decision that playing this game is important, like that they are going to do this. Mm-hmm. So I feel like my point of like, well, if you're going to play it, then it needs to not be scattershot and not when you can squeeze it in. It needs to be all the time. And maybe the argument needs to be all the time or never, because the sort of like, we're going to play it, we're not going to play it, we're going to play it. Well, you're just taking any soul that it could have potentially still had out of it. So I think there are a lot of Oregon State fans who are right there saying don't play it at all. I don't really think that's the conversation we're having right now. We're having a conversation right now about playing it, making it a priority on playing it all the time, or this sort of like bogus, like, what a terrible task this is, trying to figure out how to play Oregon. I think that is kind of what I'm really struggling with. If Oregon State came out and said, we're not going to play this game, I would probably, I know I'd be opposed to that as well, but I'd probably respect that more from a leadership decision-making standpoint. Yeah. So I think that I think we're kind of trying to thread two conversations here. Mm-hmm. I don't think Oregon State fans are going to take it well right now. But then you know what's going to happen? They're going to win a game. And that is going to be awesome at Oregon State in Corvallis for the Beavers. I think there is this just like acceptance that is going to be 41-7 into perpetuity. And you know what? If we do this for another 15, 20 years and it's 41-7 every year, one, what a statistical anomaly. Two, then maybe we do need to have a conversation, because at that point you're kind of getting into, FCS opponent territory, right? FCS opponent results. Mm-hmm. And at that point, it's not a rivalry. Oregon and Portland State is not a rivalry. Oregon State, Portland State is not a rivalry. Oregon State plays, 25 miles down the road from Western Oregon. That's not a rivalry because of proximity. So if we get to a point where it's truly like that, then I think this conversation is more valid. We are in year 3 of this arrangement. And I simply do not believe that Oregon State will never beat Oregon again unless they stop playing this game. And I don't know if that takes, I don't know if that's in 2028 when it goes back to Reser, because weird things happen in Reser. I don't know if it's in 2033, but I just know that there will be another year that Oregon State punches Oregon in the mouth, and it brings this state, like, it creates emotion in this state, whether it's, joy and euphoria and a sense of place and identity, whether it's hate or anger, or it causes Oregon fans to feel in their bones why they've hated Oregon State since they were toddlers. But that is something that I think we need, and I cherish as an Oregonian, and I am very, very reluctant to part with. especially when people are making decisions, don't have the same skin in the game and are going to retire to a lake house in Coeur d'Alene.
Right.
I'm still recovering from, was there a question that you dropped on me
He's
at the
spicy
start
today.
of the interview?
Bill's coming and bringing
spicy,
the heat
I
today.
get it.
I like it.
Last one for you, and we know you're against it. The current predicament you find the Blazers. We talked about them yesterday with the Shaden news, their record, their standing. Like, I don't know what they're going to finish out. Their schedule kind of sucks, so they should be able to win some of these games. Like, how would you describe this season in a nutshell for the Portland Trail Blazers?
I think you have to take it kind of as a positive in aggregate. Like, it certainly has. I wouldn't describe it as a breakthrough year. I think the conversations I have with people are trending positively, where people are like, I kind of like what they have going. I kind of think they're on the right track. I think there's real questions about, who's going to be here in 2 or 3 years. Is Denny Advia a perennial all-star, or did he get kind of that 1 year all-star bump, just given the incredible usage that he's had as this team, basically had to play half the season without a point guard, right? Like, I mean, he was the engine of this team out of necessity. What does he look like, next to Damian Lillard, or when Scoot Henderson, is the starting point guard of this team? But, super, super small sample size, but like Scoot's looked really good. And I think if that continues throughout the season and you can go into the offseason feeling good about Scoot Henderson, like, man, that's almost worth the season right there. I'm not judging this season on the play-in. I think having meaningful games down the stretch is real progress. Just the fact that this season isn't going to fizzle out the way they have, for the last several years, that there's going to be meaningful basketball down the stretch, even if it is just to go lose a play-in game. Like, that is progress. I think that you have to sort of take it as a net positive. I don't know who's coaching the team. I don't know if Damian Lillard is going to be a 20-point per night guy when he comes back. I kind of think he will be for a year. Is Shaden Sharp part of this future, the future of this team? Like, is Joe Cronin a part of the future of this team? Is who's going to still be running the show once ownership changes? I think there's some of those big, like 30,000 foot questions, but just from a basketball standpoint, I think you have to take this as a positive season, even if there have been, there are things to nitpick, right? Kimani hasn't been quite as dynamic defensively as he was a year ago, or as consistent. But, when you look at, I feel better about Scoot today than I did at the beginning of the season. I feel better about Donovan Clingan today than I did at the beginning of the season. I feel better about Denny Advia, and that's the beginning of a pretty decent core. And so I think that you take the win given where the Blazers have been.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty level-headed approach. Last one for you. I know we're against it. You got to go too. Where are we at on the off-the-court stuff in terms of, like, the bill proposal? Like, how is that advanced? Have we voted? Like, what stage are we in, and how far do we have to go on that?
Yeah, I mean, it's there's several steps, at least with the bill in Salem. It is, but it's a short timeline because the legislature wraps up on March 8th. So
Right.
There's not a lot of time to do several things. There's plenty of time to do it. Everybody's feeling good about it now. I think they've gotten, the T's crossed and everything. It's, they introduced an amendment on the bill. Seems to have a lot of bipartisan support. I would expect this piece to pass the legislature pretty easily next week. But that's just the beginning. That essentially it secures a seat at the table for the state in negotiations. The city still needs to secure its piece of the funding. There's a proposal and sort of a general momentum, but that's different from from a check.
Right.
Same with the county. And so once all of that is in place, and the team is sold, then you have the framework and the structure to negotiate a lease on the building. And that's where the real tension is going to be, frankly, because that's what determines, the team's future. But you will have the structure of that in place. And I think that's the sort of thing that the NBA will look to and tell an incoming owner, hey, you've got good faith from public entities in your market who are stepping up to kind of meet the demands of a modern arena. You have no reason to be looking elsewhere to move the team. So I do think that things are moving in a really positive direction on this, but it's far from over.
Okay, good news there to end it. Bill Oram is his name, coming in a little spicy today.
Is there
I like
a question
it.
there?
That was a nice.
That was
little
his
retort.
how many coaches have dropped something like
Said,
that at him?
Yeah, crazy scenarios have to react to me. I don't react to crazy
I'm the Mick
scenarios.
Cronin of the Portland media scene, guys. No, I love you, and I appreciate the
Did
opportunity.
you just raise your voice with me, Bill? Did you just raise your voice with me? Bill Orm,
I
we
love
you.
having the opportunity to come on and BS with you guys while I'm still drinking my first cup of coffee. Thank you.
We love you
There
too.
you go. Bill Orm, columnist for the Oregonian, one of our favorites.
Is there a question there?
Was there
sorry.
you going to get to a question, or what the hell you doing? You're wasting my time here, man. I want to react. Brooke Olsendam, by the way, coming up bottom of the hour. We need to make sure the Queen of Rip City is okay, and she's going to tell us about her great initiative, and we need to check on her because she's going through it right now. And so she's going to join us coming up bottom of the hour. Did he make a good argument there? Did that convince you? It's in the article. It's what he's saying. Beaver fans, what's the reaction to it? Let's talk about it next on The Fan.
AM.
All right, Brooke Olsendam coming up a few minutes from now. We'll talk to the Queen of Rip City. I've also come to a conclusion about Brooke that I'm going to run by you guys when we bring her on here in a couple of minutes.
Yeah?
Good argument from Bill. Is it swaying any minds and opinions?
I think there's a lot of what he's saying is fine. And maybe there's a middle ground here between the two cases. I would just say take a substantial amount of time off and reevaluate where everything is settled and at. And if it's 6 years, if it's 10 years.
Yeah, is that train too far down the tracks that you can't get the game back on the schedule?
Dude, come on.
Yeah.
You can always get the train back on the tracks.
I mean, Oregon, I think, will always want to play it because they view it as an easy win, and it's a close local game, non-conference, when they do have to go on the road.
And that's the big deal is their travel is already brutal enough. They will always be willing to take the phone call. It's just about what Oregon State and how they view it and who's leading it, like at what point. Maybe it comes back in 28, and all this will be for nothing. This is just a weird little blip for a couple years. But I would like them to take a little more of an extended break. Get your feet under you in a new conference.
Yeah.
Hopefully Shepard's the guy. And if he is, and whether he stays or goes long-term, who knows? But, like, if you can get that thing to be a little more consistent, because to me the ticket sales were not about lack of opponent. I know that helps. It's certainly you want to sell all the tickets, whether they be Duck or Beaver fans in your stadium. I understand the business argument of that.
So you think if they start winning games that the tickets will start coming back in again?
I mean, look, I can't speak to the economics of one state city versus one state city. I don't have all the information. But we went through this yesterday. Who's Boise's best home game?
Yeah.
So if your team is good and a somewhat of a wagon or consistently competing,
people will go.
People will show up.
Yeah.
You don't think Reser Stadium, which by the way has been decreased in seating since their expansion, you don't think they would sell a building out if not come to 99.9% of capacity if they won the Pac-12 and been in a college football playoff the next year because they don't have an Oregon?
Yeah.
I disagree with that. They might not have a Power 4 juggernaut, but can you convince Utah? That might be a really good game for Utah. Can you
brought up
convince
Arizona
BYU
the other day.
or Arizona or Baylor? Like, there are programs not in contention every year or programs that are in the middle to the bottom that aren't that far away. Cal? I mean, you just had Cal last year. So I think you can convince programs of those calibers to come to you. And if you become really good, even if you don't have one of them, I kind of disagree. I think fans then show up. What have they had to show up to last year?
No, I mean, nothing.
You weren't that optimistic about last year.
It was one of the worst seasons. I mean, it's probably the worst season in the history of the program, to be honest with you.
It's debatably
They didn't
there,
have a conference. The schedule sucked, and they got killed by everybody.
Yeah.
Like, just there was nothing.
You lost to Sam Houston State at home.
Yeah. I forgot.
We're done.
That happened?
End of conversation.
That happened, didn't it?
So I think there's a middle ground between what I'm saying and Beaver fans might say and maybe Orem's side of don't lose it. You can always get it back, man. That sport is stupid.
I think it's a good point about the idea of selling tickets having a lot to do with the success of the program. And that should be the most important thing in the short term for them is how do we get back on a good standing win-loss wise? Because if you do, people will come. Now, are you going to sell out every game? Will it be what it was in 2007? I don't know, but people will be there more than they have been the last handful of years. It is funny to hear the differing takes from the two sides of the Pac-2 because Harris came in the other day as a Coug and he was like, you cowards, why don't you want to play the game? And I get his sentiment is more the Orem thing of like just pulling off an upset makes it worth it. I love the game. It's great for the economy, for the Huskies coming to town and all of that. And I immediately pointed out, well, the last couple of years have gone a little bit different in the rivalry. Like 3 years ago, you guys almost knocked off an undefeated Husky team in Seattle. The next year, you beat them when Jed ran a speed option to the short side of the field.
Yep.
And last year, like the game ended up being lopsided, but it was competitive for three quarters. Like they were hanging around and scoring, and you're like, all right, there's something here. The last three Civil Wars were 31-7, 49-14, 41-7. And so it hasn't been competitive since Lanning's first year, and they won the game and they came back. But even in that game, they were down by 17 before having this massive comeback. And that's one that will always have Oregon State fans happy. I guess the question is, like, from Oren's angle,
21.
How long until
don't short us our 4 points.
How long until how many blowouts in a row until you're just like, thank you, I don't want any more.
That's why I'm saying take a pause.
Tough part.
As long as Lanning's in Eugene, I tend to think that like beating them is not impossible, but it's very not likely.
And that's where I was pointing that to Harris. Like, as a Coug fan, you have more confidence that your team can do this against Washington and Oregon are in different spots right now.
That being said, like, take a 5-year break. Take a 6-year break.
See where you're at.
And if you're on more Boise level, dude, I won't
Let's
care
play
if
the damn
Oregon's
game,
a
baby.
top 5, 3, 2, 10, whatever. Play the game again.
I think it's a good common ground.
That's what I want. Take the break, establish yourself, and then we'll check back in.
There you go, Bill Oram. If you missed it, we just had him on. Got an update on the Blazer scenario, by the way, too. So you can go check that podcast, 105.1 The Fan. Rewind on YouTube, Odyssey app. It's everywhere. That one just capped up. Now let's talk to Brooke Olzendam, the sideline reporter for the Portland Trailblazers. We got to check on Brooke, make sure she's okay. She's going to fill us in on her great foundation that she has and the fundraiser that she's running again this year with the Blazers. So Brooke Olzendam, the queen of Rip City, is next on The Fan.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on The Fan, Blazers start a 5-game road trip tonight in Chicago, facing a Bulls team that's lost 13 of its last 14 and 10 in a row. Denny Avdia still out. Robert Williams III questionable. It's a 5 o'clock tip on KUNP Xfinity Channel 1016. Blazers are 4.5-point favorites. The actual on-field drills get going today at the NFL Combine at noon in Indianapolis. First up, kickers, defensive linemen, and linebackers. You can follow on the NFL Network. PGA Tour is in Florida. It is the Cognizant Classic PGA National. The Bear Trap. Austin Smotherman is on fire, 7 under through 11. He is one shot clear of Nico Echeverria. Brooks Koepka, less than an hour from teeing off. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The home of primetime. stories can slip through the cracks.
Now, before we do this, let's go over the ground rules.
The Daily Ticker, where Dirt and Sprague hit the big stories you've heard about and some you haven't.
How'd you do that? Actually, I'm not even mad. It's amazing.
The Daily Ticker with Dirt and Sprague on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
All right, Daily Ticker time on a Thursday. Very excited to talk to our next guest, who I have come to the conclusion. I have got my superpower brain working here.
Okay.
And I've come to the conclusion that there is nobody in Rip City, sports, non-sports, media, politicians, doesn't matter.
Okay.
Any sort of figure in Rip City
Yeah.
that has a higher approval rating than Brooke Olzendam.
Oh.
Can you
Let
think
me
of
noodle.
anybody?
Dame Lillard.
I don't, he left. He left us.
You're
Now
right.
I know he's
She didn't
back.
ask for a trade.
I know he's
You're
back
right.
now.
You're
and
right.
the water's under the bridge. We get it.
All right.
But Brooke Olzendam's not demanding a trade here.
That's a pretty good one.
I think she's number one on the big board. Now you can noodle throughout the interview. Let me know if you come
I'll
up with a
think
different
about
name.
that one.
Brooke Olzendam is our guest. Blazers sideline reporter at Brooke Olzendam on Twitter. And we need to start on the very serious note of you scared the hell out of us yesterday, Brooke. Are you okay? How are we doing?
I'm so sorry to do that. I did not enjoy it, trust me. And I've been noodling as well about when I come on your show, and I've decided that I come on for two reasons. Either A, to talk about Taylor Swift, or B, when I'm on my deathbed. So today is B. But I'm okay. I'm going to be fine. Trust me, I don't like that kind of stuff. I don't like doing it, but I don't like also the mysteriousness of me just not being on a 5-game road trip and not telling my people what's going on. That's not in me. I like to be, up front and just tell everyone I'm an open book. I always have been, and especially with our, as you just mentioned, very kindly, by the way, our Rip City community, and I love them just as much as it's a two-way street. Let's just say that. And so I really wanted to just share why I'm not there, and I will be back. But as of right now, as I said on both social medias, I had it was last week. I'll just start at the beginning. I'll make it short. I'll try to make it short. But about 3.5 weeks ago, I woke up and I stood up out of bed, and my right calf was shooting pain, and I was like, "What the heck's that?" I mean, did I sleep wrong? I don't know. And it kept one of those things where you think it's going to get better, and I kept walking, and I was limping, and it kept getting worse, and it kind of crept up into my calf or my thigh, and so essentially my full leg was in extreme pain, and I've had some really weird injuries, and nothing compared to this pain. It was every day, every step, I started changing what I was wearing, shoes wise. I started planning my day about going up the elevator at home at Moda Center rather than the stairs. I was planning my entire day. I started losing weight. It was a really scary time, and I had no idea what was going on. And when All-Star break started, I had to plan months in advance. I was going to fly down to Las Vegas. My son had a soccer tournament there. It was the first big away tournament. And so I kept that promise and went down there, and I could barely walk to his field. I'm like, this is crazy. This is getting out of control. This is causing everyone else problems too, because everyone's like, we'll carry this, we'll do this. I'm like, this is crazy. So the next day, my mom, thanks to her, and I will say this again, as I said on X and Instagram, that listen to your body, because I should have listened to it months or weeks before I did. But I finally went into the ER in Las Vegas, which, by the way, that is a trip. ER in Las Vegas.
I can imagine.
Next to an Elvis.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tiny Elvis is in the corner. It was amazing. And it's not boring, I'll say that. But I went in and I said, I can't walk. My right leg something's happening. And so they did an ultrasound, and this wonderful doctor came back, and she knelt next to me and was like, your entire right leg is full of blood clots. I'm like, oh my God, I don't even know what that means. And she said, let's hope it hasn't traveled to your lungs. I'm like, yeah, let's hope that. And then we did a CT scan, and she came back 20 minutes later. She's like, it's fully in your lungs. I'm like, okay, well, that's what we were not hoping for, but sounds like that's going on. So it was very large in the lung, and it started pressing against my heart, which is why I threw in, we got to take care of our hearts, because I did not know. I had no idea that my leg pain would ever be something that would be an issue with my heart. And ironically, during this month. So they went in the next day and did a procedure to essentially suck the blood clot out. I think it's called a thrombotomy. I don't know if I'm saying that wrong. For all the medical people out there, I apologize if I'm saying that wrong. Thank you.
Nailed it. We'll give it to you.
That's funny. And so they went in to take it out of my chest first and then my leg second. And when I woke up or came to, they were like, we went in and we've never, I forgot this part. They put me on the drip, the heparin drip, which is a blood thinning drip. And so it worked like magically on me. And the next day when I went through to take those out, they had shrunk so much that they didn't have to take them out, which was like the best news ever. So that was good. And then the next day, they kept checking my blood. They took my blood like every 6 hours and to check to see if it was between the levels that I would be allowed to leave. And finally it got to that point. And so we left and I was able to fly home. I didn't even know if I'd be able to fly that day, but they were like, it's an hour and a half versus 12 hours in a car. We just say you get on the flight, wear your compression sleeve.
Right.
Now that I have my very special compression sleeve, and wear that, get up and walk. And I just say get home. And my mom and I got out of there as fast as we could. Like, don't make eye contact with anyone. Just get to the airport and get out of here. And since then, I understand I need to take some time. I would be on this trip if I could, but I understand it's about taking some time and making sure everything's all right. And so I'm going to take this one off, but I will be back as soon as physically possible.
Yeah.
And thank you to everyone for all their, everyone's been amazing. And thank you guys for having me on. Thank you for everyone that's sent messages about they've had something similar or know someone or just saying feel better soon. It's meant the world to me. Thank you.
Well, I mean, we just talk about bad timing on our end. We want you on, obviously, to pub Brooke's Heart, Your Heart's Your Heart, right? To promote a great thing that you've done and raising the amount of money you have. And wanting people to be checked out if they feel even the slightest a bit off. The timing is just like, it's awful for us because last year we brought you on and Dirt noted that when he brought you on, he's like, how was your All-Star break? And you're like, I went to a funeral. And we're like, great introductory
Whenever we
question
bring
there.
Brooke on, something bad is happening. We need to bring Brooke on like in a moment of something. We need you to go like after you have a really good 2-week stretch in the off season. Can you text us and say, "Can I come on? I'm having a great time right now. Let's come on and have some fun."
Let's talk about the summer a little
Yes.
bit. You know,
where are you going on vacation?
Yeah, I'll call you this summer when I'm having a hot girl summer, and I'll tell you how great it's going. Yeah, I will promise you I will.
Okay. We're going to turn this franchise around.
Look, I think a lot of people, they're glad to hear that you're doing okay, and it's a terrifying thing that you put out yesterday, but to hear that you're getting better and you're taking the necessary time off, it's really important to take care of yourself. People don't ask, when you coming back, just because that's all they care about. They care because they want to know, when you're going to be feeling better and when you're going to kind of be more in lockstep with everything. And I don't even know if you have the timeline of everything, but I just wanted to know, I'd imagine a lot of thoughts went through your brain when you're sitting next to Elvis in a hospital, but are you also, is it hitting you oh my, this is happening in this month? For me, this is happening during this month?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you know me, you guys know me. I make light of a lot of things, right? As you guys do. I make everything into a joke if I could. And I was talking to a couple people wouldn't that be really ironic? Something happens on the way down with my son's entire soccer team and their parents on a flight during Brooke Hearts Your Heart month. What? I mean, you have to laugh about it or you'll cry.
Right.
And that's the honest to God's truth is that what I was dealing with and a lot of other people have, and I've heard from a lot of them, is that when you're flying, and that's why I got this blood clot is we fly so much, right? And I now know I need to get up and move a lot more. I need to stretch out the legs and and I told our entire broadcast team, I was like, just FYI, if this happened to me, we just all need to be aware of it. You just get up and move. And no, but I thought about that for sure. I'm on my way down to it with a bunch of 10-year-olds, and I just don't even like to put my brain there, my thoughts there. But it's true. I thought about it. This is terrifying. This could have gone very awry. This could have gone really terribly. And thank goodness I went in when I did, and I didn't wait any longer. I mean, I waited too long. I'm telling you guys, to be honest, I waited too long. I don't know why I didn't go in sooner. I should have.
Yeah.
But I'm glad I did when I did, and we got it taken care of. But yes, it was terrifying thinking of the what ifs. And so I'm so glad that we got it taken care of, and now we know what it is. And I'm on my Eliquis. No, I'm not shouting out some pharmaceutical brand, but that's what I'm on.
Big Pharma.
Go farm.
Go farm.
Well, that's what I'm on for at least the next 6 months, and I'm happy to be on it. And I just have to be really diligent about that, and I can get back to living my normal life soon. it was just the right precautions to take some time off of flying, and I totally support that, and I get it, and I don't like working. I don't like not working. You guys know that. It's really hard for me, but I do understand the thought process, and I agree, and I need to really just take care of myself, and I'll be back when I can.
We need to hook you up with the Tom Habistro setup. Where's the in-home camera? Just like Brooke's thoughts from her couch in the second quarter while you're watching, because I know you're going to be watching the games.
Yep.
What is Brooke?
That would be
take?
amazing.
Like we need to get this. Brooke in her PJs on her couch,
in a robe with my hair in a scrunchie, and like, hey, what's up?
Hey, Calabro, what's going on?
If you were to be watching this, and let's just say you're not on any kind of stream or television, are you having, in the comfort of your situation, if you can, health-wise, are you having a cocktail of some sort?
No, I've not drank it. I'm so petrified of anything. I'm eating only protein. I'm eating like the healthiest person you've ever seen, which is not in my DNA. Like I eat fried mozzarella. Order it. Like that's what I get. Not me anymore. At least for now. This is not going to last. But for now, I'm eating as cleanly as possible, drinking more water than any person's ever drank. I mean, I'm so petrified of everything. I am just going clean as all get out because I'm just because I don't want anything for me to be like, well, I could have done that better. I could have done that better. I'm like living the cleanest life possible right now. Just because I'm lucky to be here talking to you right now. So I'm just going to not take any risks. But don't worry. I mean, like down the road, we can talk about the cocktails I'll be having, but not right now. Not right now.
We'll wait till Hot Girl Summer. We'll do that in the Hot Girl Summer. We'll wait till July.
Summer.
We'll bring you on. We'll do that then.
We need the drunk Brooke thoughts.
Yeah. Get like a voicemail at 10:30 the night before. We'll play it the next morning. One of those kind of scenarios.
Just a baseball thought, like this guy's not very good. Kind of hot though. Gotta be honest with you.
We need this. Well, look, this is
a really fun segment.
I'm hoping that this is I'm using this as because I am the king of I'll be fine. You get a little weird feeling here or there. I am the king of just slough it off.
I'm not getting checked out.
I don't need to go to the doctor. I'll be okay. And so I'm hoping to internalize this, and the next time that does arise, that I follow the advice, and I hope everybody does listen to your body when something is off. Let's also get to, you have done an incredible job over the last 6 years with the Brooke Hearts Your Heart fundraiser. So what do people need? Where can they go find more information? How do they donate? Where is all of the details, and what do we need to know?
And I'd like to start this by saying, I promise this was not a stunt. I did not. I want you to go donate. This really happened.
You did this on purpose, didn't you, bro?
I put it over the threshold.
I know. It was the last week. I was like, I need $5,000 more. What can I do? Pulmonary embolism. No, thank you for asking. I unfortunately, and to be honest, had to cancel a couple appearances this last week that with local TV stations, and I feel terrible about that, but I just physically could not go. And everyone's been so wonderful about trying to promote it and having me on, so I'd like to send a shout out to those people that I wasn't able to go on because of what happened last week. But everyone's been so great, as they always are every year during February. They have me on. They just like you guys are, supporting the cause, and we are doing great again. I normally would be out there more, making it more public. It's just what happened. I wasn't able to. But everyone's still been wonderful. We've raised almost $15,000 so far, and that's without the beanies. We haven't factored that in. We haven't factored the $5,000 in that the Blazers so wonderfully will match. That we reached. So we reached the $5,000. Jody Allen, shout out to her. She gave $10,000 as she does every year, which is. Thank you. Give a couple of those. Thank you for that, Jody. And so we're going to match our $5,000 because of that. And it's just amazing. I can't even, I get choked up talking about it because every year I get a little anxiety, and I've said this before about, are people going to donate again? When you donate to something, you kind of feel good about yourself, and you're like, okay, I'm good. You don't need to do it again. Well, so I worry about that. I'm like, are people not going to want to donate again because they were so wonderful and donated last year? And they do. They donate every year, and they come in and they buy the hats. And I felt so bad. We sold out of the hat the first freaking night. So we're going to make sure we order some more next year. I think we might even do the same beanie next year because I feel so bad about this year's beanie situation that we didn't have enough. And so I might just do the same beanie next year, hopefully. So I just want to thank everyone for donating. If you want to donate and haven't, it's trailblazers.com/heart. And I appreciate all of you who have already and who have either bought the beanie or just donated, one or the other, and have just kind of spread the word and got it out there, and people are talking about it more. And again, unfortunately, my situation is not what I would have wanted to happen. But if it gets people talking about stuff and about your health, then I'm okay with it.
Yeah, when we get you back on for Hot Girl Summer, let's also keep a note because we're way against it here. I mean, look, sometimes there's beauty and enjoyment out of being frustrated and, blackout rage yelling. We need to talk about how now you're a traveling sports parent, and I know you love your kid, but my
yelling at soccer
God,
officials,
what they're doing
hollering on
parents.
the sideline. I want to know what Brooke's like at the games. We need answers on
I was
this.
just more thinking about having to travel for
just
sports
to travel.
now.
Yeah, it's not easy to do. Brooke Olzendam.
That's a whole other segment coming up this summer.
That'll be Hot Girl Summer with Brooke Olzendam coming to 105.1 The Fan near you soon. Go check out it. She's got it pinned on her Twitter account at Brooke Olzendam on Twitter. You can find the link there from the Trailblazers. So give her a follow at Brooke Olzendam. We were so glad to hear that you were okay. All of Rip City is rooting for you to be back on the sidelines sooner than later. Thanks for the update, and let's do this again soon, okay?
Love you guys. Appreciate you.
There you go. Brooke Olzendam. I'm telling you, #1 approval rating in the Portland market.
Matt Safino.
See, Safino can screw up a snow forecast every now and then.
Matt Safino?
I think Safino's high on the list.
Yeah.
But I don't. Brooke's never screwed anything up. She's the best.
I can't think of anybody else.
She's the best.
I can't think of anybody else.
Magic Act coming up at the top of the hour, which is almost here. We got to go now on the Fan.
Big hits, big bets, big plays.
Today I'm laying the big wood.
This is the Layin' Wood Report, brought to you by Mr. Plywood, serving Portland for over 50 years.
Ace Miller gives it up to Ike. Catches and fires at 3 is good. Graham knocks down the 3 with 4:57 to play. It's 74-41.
Yeah, there's Tom Hudson, Learfield, Gonzaga Radio. How come I didn't get the Portland guy?
What was the Pilots call on that one?
I wanted the Portland call.
And another one.
And they're down.
And another one.
The Gonzaga Bulldogs get revenge on Swag's Portland Pilots. They win by 41 points, 47 points off the bench for Gonzaga.
That one, before it even began. Can I also give you a benefit here? Like, they did lay the wood to you, but you beat them once.
Exactly.
So you know what? Screw Gonzaga. You lost to the Pilots this year.
What's the season series standing?
It's split.
1-1.
Baby.
Joke's on you, Gonzaga. You're laying wood, though. Zag's laying wood on the Portland Pilots. Laying Wood Report brought to you by Mr. Plywood, serving Portland for over 60 years. Delivery, custom cutting, and special orders. I know it because I'll be getting a fence with Mr. Plywood this spring. Visit them at mrplywoodinc.com or at their location at Southeast Stark Street.
a.m.
All right, we got a lot to get to in the final hour of the show. I got a coach saying, hey, don't worry, everything's all right. It's going to be okay.
We had a big NFL trade.
There was a trade that went down this morning in the NFL.
How about that?
We have an NFL trade happening in the middle of the show.
Yeah.
What else we got coming up? The Blazers are back in action tonight. They begin a road trip in Chicago.
Should be a gimme.
This is the Anthony Simons revenge game.
He got injured. Oh, he's out.
They have lost 10 in a row and 13 of 14.
The Bulls have lost 10 in a row.
They are full tank mode. This should be a gimme.
Yeah, it's over. We think.
Do
you think they're going to lean in, or do you think they're going to keep competing and win a lot of these games? Because I think they're going to compete.
I guess the question is, how do you roll over? Other than Denny's not playing and Shaden's clearly not playing, he's done for the rest of the year. Denny's not, like, how else do you roll over? Fake an injury to somebody else?
I don't know.
I mean, Robert Williams isn't playing again, right? Didn't he get hurt again?
He's questionable.
That guy played 4%.
I think he's always questionable.
Just permanent. Just put the Q next to his name, okay?
But he is on the injury report as questionable.
Yeah, I mean, I just, that's the tough part with it. I said yesterday off of the air, like, just give me 20 Young Hansen minutes a night now. If this is the direction we're going to go, what the hell, dude?
Yeah.
If Robert Williams isn't playing, why isn't that guy playing 20 minutes a night? He's going to suck. I know he's going to suck. What's the point? See what you got.
Compete.
Let him play.
Compete. You're stuck in the play-in.
I know.
You're not going to get out of that.
I'm happy they're on the East Coast because the earlier games I'm a big fan of.
This is probably just – I was going to ask Brooke this, but we were way against it.
Yeah.
I know she's got to get through her health stuff, right? But like a road trip, Chicago's always got to be at the top.
I'd imagine it's near the top of the ideal destinations.
Right?
I would think so.
Unless did they get blanketed by snow too?
That's a good point.
I don't think so, but I don't know that off the top of my
missed
head.
it.
I think it was more of a Northeast thing. Yeah, this road trip that she's missing: Chicago, Charlotte, Atlanta, Memphis, Houston. Houston sucks. Nobody wants to go there. Atlanta's, that's fine. Memphis, I've never been to, but heard it's a cool city. Charlotte's cool city. And Chicago's awesome. So 3 out of 5 is not bad on a road trip.
Not bad at all.
Not bad. Blazers back in action tonight. We do have a lot to get to in the final hour. It will start with the Magic Hat.
Ooh.
Right around the corner. Next on The Fan.
From the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, Blazers on a 5-game roadie beginning in Chicago tonight. The Bulls are not interested in the rest of the season. They're on a 10-game losing streak. They have lost 13 of the last 14, even without Denny Avdia. Blazers are 4.5-point favorites for the 5 o'clock tip on KUNP Xfinity Channel 1016. Oregon Ducks men looking to get in position to make a miracle run in the Big Ten tournament. They took down Wisconsin Wednesday night, 85-71. Nate Biddle led the way with 20 points. They will head to Chicago to face Northwestern Saturday morning. Oregon State needing overtime to get past San Diego 92-82, but that win moves the Beavers into solo fourth in the West Coast Conference going into the final game of the regular season Saturday at Santa Clara. PGA Tour starting its Florida swing with the Cognizant Classic in the Palm Beaches at PGA National. Austin Smotherman on fire, 8 under through 13. He's got a one-shot lead over Nico Echeverria, who's playing the final hole. Afternoon wave getting set to go here in the next 15-20 minutes with featured players Max Homa and Brooks Koepka. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt, missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Sports Saturday with
Now you see me, now you don't.
It's magic. It's simply what it is. It's magic. We don't know what's going to come out of this hat.
Where is that rabbit?
Abracadabra, MFers. Let's do the magic hat.
The only thing this hat's good for is the trash can.
Hey, let's do this final hour. Dirt and Sprague here, Portland Sports Leader, 105.1 FM, The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, live on YouTube. Good morning, everybody. Lots to get to in the final hour of the show.
Shout out the Hoggies.
We got a coach audio in college football. We had a trade go down in the NFL. The Blazers start a road trip tonight. Lots still to get to, but as always, we start the final hour with the award-winning Magic Hat segment. What do we have this week, gentlemen?
Let's see what we start with here.
What do we got?
You stink.
Hey, right out of the gate. Let's go, baby.
Okay.
Not a long one here, just one that made me chuckle, and I wanted to pass it along. You know we love, whenever we get an influence on the show, from minor league hockey.
Junior Room Daddy!
Oh.
Look at this, look at that.
Look at this.
I mean, just all-time moment on the show when we found that and we played that and played the drops. I now introduce you now. I don't know if I'm saying this correctly. We can have our Warden of the North, Jason Swigard.
Oh.
Correct? Is it the Oshawa? Is Oshawa a town? Do you know the town Oshawa in Canada?
Sure.
Sure, why not?
Who doesn't know Oshawa?
So they are the Oshawa Generals.
Okay.
And they are a Canadian junior hockey team.
All right.
Oshawa? I don't know.
I think it's Oshawa.
I
but
digress.
I'm not 100% certain.
Okay,
there.
so they play junior hockey up there in Canada. They're a very
Is
passionate fan base.
Is that in the
Ontario?
I don't know what league they're in. I have
It's
to
right
look
off
that up.
Lake Ontario.
Ontario. Okay. They did something that I don't think I've ever seen before, and that is they sent out a personalized email to all of their season ticket holders.
There you go.
Now, you might be asking, well, what are they? Was it about prices? We have a sale going on? What's happening? What email are we sending? Well, the email circulated, and it went viral. And I'm going to go ahead and read it for you. You ready for this?
Yeah.
All right.
Says, where does it start? Hello, Jens Nation. That's what they call their fan base. Jens Nation.
Yeah.
We're thrilled to have you with us each and every game and appreciate the energy that you bring to the arena. To help ensure a clean, comfortable, and enjoyable experience for everyone, we kindly ask for your cooperation with a few simple hygiene practices. Please make sure you're using the hand sanitizing stations located throughout the arena. Cover your coughs and your sneezes, and be mindful of personal cleanliness while sharing our space with fans. If you went to the gym or did something that produced body odor, please shower before attending the game. They essentially sent an email to their season ticket holders telling them, you stink, none of you bathe. Please take a shower because the arena already stinks. It's a minor league hockey arena.
Do we know what the size of this barn
Please,
is?
I will look that
There's
up.
200,000 people in this town.
200,000 people in Oshawa?
According to the Wikipedia page.
Okay,
but
let me look
so
up
I'm
the
assuming
details.
this is their equivalent to the Winterhawks.
I'm assuming that's what it is. Like, imagine getting to see
the Ontario Hockey League, or
does this make you, if you're a season ticket holder, does this make you like do the quick?
Checking the pits real quick.
Is this me? Is this somebody else?
Sniff test.
It's not always fair how people get categorized with the large group, right? Like,
yes.
No offense, because we have hockey P1s out there, or wrestling P1s.
It is the Tribute Community Center.
You think of wrestling.
It holds 5,000 people.
You think of the crying guy in the high school gym. It's still real to me, damn it. Real to me. And unfortunately, I think of minor league hockey fan. I kind of understand why you send this email.
Kinda stinky.
And if it
How
doesn't
bad
apply
does it
to
have
you,
to get for somebody in the organization to be like, dude, we got to do something about this?
Are they having HVAC problems in the arena?
I mean,
like,
something's gotta be happening.
Is it an old
It's
barn?
a 5,000 seat stadium. It opened in 2006, so it's not
Oh,
even that
so
old.
it's new.
And it's not that big.
Wow.
So you get one stinky bastard in there, it'll smell up a whole section,
when you
evidently.
have to sit next to somebody with bad BO for an
It's
extended
bad.
period, it's
bad. It's really bad.
It's hard to find something worse than having to endure
Because
that.
you're engulfed in it. And
Right.
There's no
Right.
escape.
Yeah.
And if you can't move seats and you're stuck in that situation, that's what you're smelling the rest of the time you're there.
I remember I went to a Blazer game years ago, and I had a similar thought of like, to something else they pointed out, I don't know if I hate anything worse than watching somebody sneeze openly in a shared space.
Yeah. That's a huge faux pas.
I watched a guy once sneeze on the concourse of the Blazers. We went right back the other way. I'm not walking near your area. Get
What's
outta
worse,
here.
sneezing openly on a concourse or taking a leak on a concourse? Because they're both equally egregious to me.
I'm not even going to try to separate what's
They're both
worse.
equally
They're
egregious.
awful.
They're both equally egregious.
But I actually sat near where that Husky fan took the drunk piss. I was literally in the section right
I forgot
by
you were
that
at that
post.
game, yeah.
And I didn't see that. I wasn't around it. But I'm not going to try to compare. When I watch somebody just turn and as if they didn't know they were going to let out a big sneeze and couldn't put their face in a shirt, sweatshirt.
You can feel it coming.
Arm cover, like in
feel it
some
coming.
way. God, I hate that. Hate it.
All right, what else we got?
All right, what else we got in here? Bobby V. Knight.
So I want to know if there's something, because I thought of one instance. I haven't been to a Blazer game in a while. I'm not anti-go to Blazer games. I just, our time slot, time of the games, it's not the easiest thing, right? Is there anything that gets you to want to go? Like, Swag's never been to Dodger Stadium.
Yes.
It's crazy. I think I'm just going to buy you a ticket to a game and make you comp your own airfare just to make you go. It's awesome there.
I've seen the Dodgers in other ballparks,
But you haven't been to
but I
Chavez.
have not been to Dodger Stadium.
Dirt, it's probably been a hot minute since you were at a Giant game, right?
2019-ish.
That's a hot minute.
Maybe it was older than that. Yeah.
Is there something that could get you to go to a home game for your team? Because this season, as much as I may hate this team, the New York Mets are going to have Bobby V Night.
Okay.
They're going to give out 15,000 fake nose mustache glasses.
Awesome.
To celebrate when Bobby
Phenomenal.
V got ejected.
One of the funniest moves that's ever happened in sports.
Tried to hide in the dugout with the age-old disguise, and he clearly got caught.
I just love that somebody had that on hand. How do you have, just in the clubhouse?
Where did you get that?
And was it in your desk? Was it a player's? Was it
Right.
how was that there?
So, I thought of two instances. Could there be something where, the Brooklyn Nets give away free Diet Coke in homage to Jason Kidd spilling the Diet Coke for a free timeout?
That's pretty good.
Is there something your team could do to get you to want to go to the night? Because my Blazer idea is this. They'll never be able to do this. You should, for the first 10,000 people, of people 21 and older, you should give away free Rasheed Wallace weed pipes. And then you stuff the weed in his head, and he's got the sheet afro. That would get me to go.
That would get you to go to a Blazer game for the
Just
giveaway?
Sheed
To
smiling
be there, yeah.
right on the loader.
It's a very specific crowd that you're attracting to.
We're in Portland, buddy.
Dude, it's funny. So that's a great question. I don't know if there's anything, because it's so different when it's The Blazers is easy because it's in the market.
It's got to be off the beaten path.
Is there something that would get me to fly to San Francisco and go to a Giants game? Probably
anything
not.
Bonds related. Maybe a cream and clear.
I think they retired his jersey. Was that last year?
Cork night for the Cubs.
Cork night for the Cubs. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Do I actually get a thing of
cork?
steroids? Are they actually giving away steroids? Can I put the cream and clear on?
Maybe they give you a lotion and they call it the cream and clear with Barry Bonds smiling.
That actually would be a really funny bit if you could pull it off. Yeah, I don't think so. No, not to get me to fly to San Francisco. Local teams could probably come up with something that would get me to go. I think this is something that happens great around minor league baseball all over the country.
They're the best.
And we've emailed people in the past of can we get a Joe Boo bobblehead, that kind of stuff, because they do really fun nights.
Have the Royals done Pine Tar Night?
I don't know if they have. If they haven't, they should.
See, the problem is we're listing negative things that are great that we remember.
Well, I know, that's a tough part.
I'm just trying to think of quirky things.
Because this is one that wasn't necessarily, it kind of became a punchline, a joke for Bobby Valentine to wear that.
Bad for the franchise.
The giveaway thing is hilarious, though. So when we were in Atlanta, if I remember correctly, and maybe Dusty can correct me on this, but we were there for the Georgia game, and we went to the Braves game the night before. I was pretty inebriated, so I don't remember all of it. But
you and Bill Orem.
I do remember. I think it was Ronald Acuna bobblehead night, and it was like, dude, I'm not kidding. I had, unbeknownst to me, I'm getting hammered in the Battery.
Right.
I show up, I don't know what's happening, and there's people waiting in long lines, yelling about trading them. Like, hey, I'll give you $50, and it was all way over my head. I don't think I ever got my hands on one because we showed up too late, and they were all out. But I just remember the commotion of. Everybody wanted an Acuna bobble because I think he had just won the World. You had just won the World Series and he had just won an MVP.
They've done a couple nights with Acuna where they've just been like, "Hey, it's his night," and then they've also done one where he's in the all yellow because he wears the yellow cleats, the yellow
sleeve,
pad, all that stuff. So they've done multiple versions of it.
When was the last time the Blazers did this? Was it when they brought back the Dairy Queen
cups.
glasses
This year?
Yeah,
they just had. I think Scoot, or not Scoot.
Young
Shaden
had a
just
glass,
his
didn't he?
night.
I think Young. They made a glass for Young.
Did they really?
I think they did, yeah.
You know the problem with that glass? I don't want to share secrets because I have a Scoot one.
Oh, okay. What do you got?
Not the same quality. It's actually
As
like
the Dairy Queen ones back in the day?
Yeah, you can't wash those. They have stickers on them. Yeah, I ran it through the dishwasher and part of the Scoot decal came off. And I'm like, oh.
I thought they spared no expense.
Well, I mean, I'm not trying to out that. I'm just saying, the Dairy Queen one.
That's a horrible look. If you're giving away a glass that you can't put in the dishwasher?
It's not on the glass. It's like a decal glue of some sort. So you can't run those.
Got to hand wash it at all times.
Hand wash those.
I'm never using that glass. The rest of them, I got to hand wash it every time I use it.
You know when I use my Scoot one?
Oh.
Smoothies. I'm getting strong like Scoot. My poutine smoothie.
Magic Johnson.
That's the only time I use it.
That is fantastic. Yeah. All righty. One segment down, one more to go. More Magic Hat around the corner on the Fan. All right, welcome back in. One segment of Magic Hat down, more to come. Yeah, somebody said they did the Young Hansen glasses for the T-Wolves game the other night.
Okay, so it's the young one. I know they've done Donovan and
Don't run that thing in the
Scoot.
dishwasher, though.
Maybe the Scoot one was different, but I ran it one time and like part of the decal on the bottom came off. I'm like, damn it. My mom used to run the Clyde one all the time.
Dude, spit on that thing.
Shrinkflation, man.
Somebody said in Houston they could hand out trash can lids.
See, I'm saying.
If you had the ability to
or
leave
beepers.
If you had mini trash cans.
Yeah.
The little ones that sit on top of your desk.
Oh,
That's
that'd be
pretty
so good.
All right, what else we got in the hab?
Wake up, Lib.
Yeah, I don't want to get very political here. Can anybody tell me why Tina Kotek is super big on data centers? Because they don't seem to appear to be good for any city or state.
No.
I'm watching news. I'm seeing like town hall meetings in other states, and guys
people
are running
keep
out.
voting these down.
They voted it down.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, cool. What are we, Progressive Oregon, doing? Tina Kotek's giving more tax breaks to data centers to keep expanding and taking up all our power and water.
Can I go ahead and
Cool.
I'm going to go ahead and jump in here?
Thanks, Tina.
And do something that has never been done in the Magic Hat.
Oh.
And I'm going to preemptively pull my own Magic Hat submission that I put in the hat. I'm not going to make you dig for it.
Okay.
Because it connects to this exact thing that you're talking about. So why would we put these in anywhere? It's temporary jobs to build it, and then it consumes nothing but energy, and it's
water.
not energy and water, and it's just getting, it's just horrible.
These are awful.
For AI data centers, no thank you. I don't want more AI in my life. Sam Altman is the CEO of OpenAI.
Yeah, he's people love him.
Yeah, big fan of human beings, that's Sam Altman.
Yes,
Totally
he is.
normal person. He was at some sort of energy, some sort of AI nerd conference.
Sure.
I don't know. Let's just bottle these people up and send them into space and not bring them back.
Thing that we don't have drinking water.
Dude, and he was asked about this exact question, CEO of an AI company, and he was asked, hey, this uses a lot of energy. Like, how is that okay? How do you excuse that? Here was his answer.
One of the things that is always unfair in this comparison is people talk about how much energy it takes to train an AI model relative to how much it costs a human to do one inference query. But it also takes a lot of energy to train a human. It takes like 20 years of life and all of the food you eat during that time before you get smart. And not only that, it took like the very widespread evolution of the 100 billion people that have ever lived and learned not to get eaten by predators and learned how to like figure out science and whatever to produce you, and then you took whatever you took. So the fair comparison is if you ask ChatGPT a question, how much energy does it take once its model is trained to answer that question versus a human? And probably AI has already caught up on an energy efficiency basis measured that way.
I mean, you've been over there.
Stuff this dude in a trash can in a hallway.
Like, how do we not hear that answer and then somebody throw a bag over his head and we drag him to Guantanamo Bay and get him out of society immediately?
I love that he said that. People laugh.
20 years of food you've been eating over there, huh?
He was being serious.
Look at you, a human being consuming all those resources, drinking the water. You're drinking God's water, man. You can't have that water.
Yeah, but the robots know the
That's
answers right
AI's
away.
water, dude. You've been eating all those bananas, all that protein.
I'll never forget this joke. There was a guy that opened for Aziz Ansari like 2 years ago when we went to the show. He goes, and they got us. They got us. All those losers that just looked out their blinds because they were never invited to play in the street with us.
They finally got us.
They figured out how to get
They're
back
taking
at
all
us.
of our jobs. Like, this is my biggest fear. You know that. I talked about this the other day to open the show. I think this is how the world slowly, you could argue we're already there. This is how the world is going to end. Somebody texted in that I work around these data centers. And
terrible.
And he said, this is for mass surveillance. You heard it here first.
Duh.
I'm telling you, dude, this stuff is terrifying.
Well,
and
I
if
got
we
another
don't-
magic hat in there. Might be right up the same alley.
Yeah,
dude.
so if you pull that was one of my magic hats, was the Sam Altman audio.
Which one is that one?
This says anti big tech.
I mean, that's just called synergy right there.
Look at this synergy
it's
we
the
got
same
going right
thing
now.
for me. Like, it's not just the data centers. Did you see the release? Because my brother-in-law just had these meta glasses that have cameras in them. He brought them to the Vietnamese New Year, and it was kind of, I will admit, the technology is cool. Like, you put them on, you can literally ask it, and in your own ear, nobody else can hear it, it answers your question.
That's terrifying.
Well, it's kind of cool, and then they release the information that, no, indeed, these are being used to surveillance your face, and so now when you wear these in the future, like if I put them on and I see Swag walking towards me,
yeah,
it will scan his face and it'll say his name on my glasses.
Yeah.
By the way, the UN just
Shut
declared
it all down.
The UN just declared we're on water bankruptcy, so
Shut it all down.
it's all going great.
We're talking here about should the Blazers shut it down the rest of the year? Just shut it all down. Can we go back to snail mail?
Sam Altman.
Sure.
Get outta here.
Textbooks.
I'm
just
taking my ring cam out. I'm starting to go the other way.
I'm not no phones. Like get them out of the house.
I'll go
Landline.
flip phone.
Give me a landline.
You ain't tracking anything on my flip phone.
You call me at 4:30 on my landline. I'll be there.
Why is Sprague a green text now? He went flip phone, dude. He's playing Snake.
I'm gonna have Teddy record a delightful voicemail. This is the Johnsons. Leave a message at the beep.
Start writing letters.
Yeah, dude.
Dear acquaintance.
I'm gonna go back to paying my mortgage by check. I'm bringing it back. I'm not using your app anymore, bank.
There you go.
Technology's going too far. We're all going to die. All right, what else we got?
On repeat.
Oh, okay, this one. This is a quick, fun one. I have reached a point in fatherhood. I figured I'd throw one in there, but not complaining about my child, but celebrating my child.
Sure.
Although it is also a roundabout way of complaining about my child, but not really.
We had a coworker, by the way, just unsolicited, go up to Dirt and go, "Yeah, I love your child stories. Mine's playing with his nipples."
I love a good 2-year-old story. I'm going through it right now, man.
I was like, what?
My kid's yanking on his chain quite like it's just a lot of pulling, a lot of what's this, prodding. It's happening, right?
Self-discovery is a wonderful thing.
He's got to figure out how it works, right? And slowly but surely he'll get there.
What does this do?
Little guy, you're going to get there. Don't worry. You're going to play with that thing a lot down the road. I don't know if you guys remember this off the top of your head. Do you remember the first song that your kid fell in love with and made you listen to 30,000 times? Because I have now reached that stage of fatherhood where he is in love with this. I'm going to shout the guy out because he's actually really good. He's a local traveling guy. His name is, I thought it was Red Barn, but his name's actually Red Yarn. Oh. And so he does these live shows, once a month at the community center that we go to. And now he's like, every day he wants to watch this guy sing and dance, and he's super into the music. He's got one song about a rooster crowing and a dog barking that I have listened to. I'm not over-exaggerating, probably 800 times in the last week and a half.
All right.
Like it's, 80 times a day probably. Do you remember that song?
No.
Yes.
You do remember the song?
It's Frozen, Let It Go.
Let It Go.
Yeah. Like there was TV shows, but she was like when we'd watch Daniel Tiger's Neighborhood.
Yeah. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood.
I don't, use your words. Use your words. I would remember those songs. She was too young to really sing them.
Sure, didn't quite comprehend.
When you talk about like she was demanding or wanting to hear.
Yes. Again, Dad, again.
It's Let It Go.
More Red Yarn. That's all I hear.
It's Frozen, Let It Go.
Frozen,
she
Let It
was
Go.
like every other kid her age at that point.
Now,
like Frozen was everything.
I have not reached the point yet. Like I'll give him credit where it's a catchy enough tune that I'm not like, God, I don't, it's not one of those for me quite yet. Do you remember how long that barrier was until you reach that threshold of, if I hear this song one more time, I'm doing something crazy? Or did you ever get there?
Baby Shark.
Baby Shark was the one that did it for you?
Yeah, and my kids didn't even listen to it.
Yeah.
And the fact that like we then made it like don't do it. Come on. You don't need to do it. You don't need to do that.
Yeah, I don't know if that'll be in the new play. That would show up usually on Kids' Day at the Hops ballpark.
That one would.
Oh, God.
There was a player, was it Gerardo Parra a couple years ago? He was a Giant for 1 year, Bound Journeyman guy, and that was his walk-up song.
Yeah,
because his kids loved it, and so he used it as his baseball walk-up
I mean,
song.
the kids are there and they love it. Like,
I get it.
I would, right now my kid would probably want a Billie Eilish song.
Okay.
I'd play a Billie Eilish song.
Yeah. All right, well, I've just reached that point. It's on repeat constantly. More Red Yarn is what I'm going to walk in the door today, and I'm going to hear, Dad, I have more Red Yarn.
Oh, okay.
Is that what he says?
Every day. Just constantly. If I'm not playing Red Yarn, he wants more Red Yarn. That's all he wants, man. All right, what else we got?
Let's see. What else is in here? Oh, this is mine. Blame the rules, not me. This is a holdover. I don't know if you saw this. Francis Tiafoe, one of the top American tennis players. They were at a tournament somewhere in Miami last week, and I happened to be channel surfing. It was during the Olympics, but it was an evening, and there wasn't a lot going on. NBA was still an all-star break.
Tiafoe's good. You see the name.
So, I was like, let's see what's going on down here. All of a sudden, the match stops. The chair umpire gets out, climbs down his chair, and
in the middle of the game, like match.
Yeah, we're like third or fourth game.
That's
into
very unusual, by the way.
Yeah, I don't watch a lot of tennis. I don't think I've ever seen one climb out of the chair. Like a lifeguard.
Nobody's injured. There's not a thing in the match. Nobody's mad about a call or anything like that. Like clearly he got radioed from some tournament or whatever. Somebody was watching on TV. So he starts talking to Tiafoe. Next thing you
now,
know,
can you hear what they're saying?
No,
you're just seeing that they're talking,
and
but you
they're
can't
trying
hear the
to
audio.
figure out. The commentators are trying to figure out what's going on. So next thing I know, he's running around looking for and finds a black Sharpie, and goes over and pulls his shirt away from him and starts Sharpieing out one of the sponsor logos on his shirt.
They pulled out in the middle of a tournament or something?
No. There's an ATP rule about how many logos and how large they can be on.
Oh, my God.
But so his contract is with Lululemon now, but he has sleeveless ones. So there's different rules. If you have sleeves, you can have stuff on your sleeves.
On your sleeves, right.
If you don't have sleeves, you are allowed 2 logo positions on the front. Neither can exceed 6 square inches. But the logo of the manufacturer of the garment counts as 1. So he had
too many logos.
3.
Are you kidding me?
And in like the 3rd game of the match.
It took him that long to realize this?
Yeah, this is why I say somebody
radioed in and was
somebody
like,
telephoned somebody watching. Is like, he can't have.
Aren't you supposed to evaluate the outfits before the matches?
I don't know.
What was his reaction? So they just took a Sharpie and drew on his shirt?
Stunned. He was kind of there laughing. Fortunately, Francis Tiafoe is a pretty good sport. He's not wound too tight.
Yeah.
Like, he's a fun guy. If you get if you see him interviewed. So they Sharpied out the 1. Now he sweats profusely when he plays. So then his coaches over there in the little coaching corner, they grab the other 3 shirts that he had planned, depending on how, and they are black Sharpieing out one of his logos. I think it was Barclays Bank.
Good God.
And Barclays has to call him up after and be like, whoa, what the hell, dude?
Exactly.
How much are we paying you for that
weird
logo sponsorship?
Reason to stop a
Like,
tennis
there's
match.
goofy stuff that happens in sport. Like what are we doing? Like a squirrel runs out, on a field or something like that, and they have to stop. Some poor
Good God.
security schlep has to try to round up the squirrel.
How
or the
long
black.
did it take him to realize on the broadcast? Because even seeing the Sharpie, you're like, I don't know what they're doing. You have to get
Somebody
a report.
quickly started going, or they have a hotline to like the ATP.
So somebody jumped on and
rules
they got
like,
an answer.
what
what's
is this
happening.
about? Yeah, so they went in there to back of the rule book, and there you go.
Jeez.
I can't think of any other scenario in any other sport where that would happen. Like, I just can't, like, you would color in.
Well, everything else is selling out.
Everything,
so
yes,
you
we
don't have
want
to worry
more
about that.
sponsorships and
Yeah.
more, like, cover everything in it.
Right.
You
And it
can't-
matters. Now, if he had sleeves and he would have had it on the sleeve, no big deal.
Would have been fine, but
But
he's
because he
sleeveless.
had a sleeveless
How
shirt,
dare
you're
you.
only allowed 2.
How dare you?
Yeah.
All right. We want to get one more in? Let's get one more in. What the hell?
I
It's
got
a
an
Thursday.
audio cut if we get to the one I
Okay.
put in there.
Let's see what we got.
You have to wait and see.
We buy an Obama.
There it is. Barry O, all right? Barack Obama
Yeah.
did a podcast and was asked, are aliens real?
Oh.
We buying what he's saying on this cut.
They're real, but I haven't seen them, and they're not being kept in what is it?
Area 51.
Area 51. There's no underground facility, unless there's this enormous conspiracy, and they hid it from the president of the United States.
Are we buying Obama on the podcast of they're real, but
Well,
I haven't seen them.
So I saw he followed up his comments because this went viral. The former president of the United States just
mean,
acknowledged that aliens are real.
They've already had hearings that acknowledge they're real.
Yeah,
I mean,
and
we already know it.
his retort to it was simply like, I'm just playing mathematical odds and saying that they're real, that there are
'cause-
enough universes and
So I
galaxies,
believe
and like,
that
of course,
within the expanse of the
there
galaxy,
is another
there's
life
some
out there
other,
somewhere.
quote, life form.
So that's
Yes.
what his retort was to this becoming a
Do I
viral
know
thing.
where and have I seen?
But some of the
Little Green
videos
Men
we've
or
seen
whatever?
from the pilot stuff is
I
like from
know.
when he was president.
Yes.
You know he saw that.
Yes.
Now, do you buy that he hasn't seen them? Because I don't.
No, I don't buy that.
And is him not telling us terrifying or maybe encouraging?
I think
Oh,
them
like
not telling
I've
us
seen
is
him. We don't
terrifying.
have anything to be concerned about. Don't worry about it.
Or it's so terrifying, the second this gets released, it's mass public hysteria.
Or you're chilling at your home.
Or you're lost.
Just waiting for the end.
I gotta go get a gun.
I'm
go
just
get a gun
opening
first.
a bottle of wine.
That's
Exactly.
all you need to do.
You guys like to drink?
Sure.
This is the one. Yeah, it's such a weird. You know more. They all know more than they're willing
Well,
to
and
let
now
on.
they're not releasing all the files, so you know who's going to release as much UFO information
Here's
as he can
alien
get his hands
information.
on.
Don't pay attention to that. I got alien info
You guys
for
got
you.
a live one? I need to throw him out there right now.
Give me a green guy over here. Get him out. Showcase him. There you go.
Let's
Magic
quiz
Hat.
him on the universe.
Every Thursday night, 9:30. We had a trade go down in the NFL. We'll bring that up. Also, a coach saying, this isn't that big of a deal, guys. Let's move on. We'll see if we got time for that as well. Back after this, but first, here's us with a update.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Congratulations to the University of Oregon women's basketball team for the second straight year and the 9th time for head coach Kelly Graves. They are 20-game winners.
How about that? Look at that.
They took down Purdue 71-65. They have one more game. They got to take on UW on Senior Day.
Okay.
Sunday down at Matt Knight.
So we're good again.
So
we haven't been good since Sabrina left.
They are in
I guess last year they were in the tournament.
The Big Ten is going to put 12, 13 teams. They're projected as an 8 seed in the NCAA tournament.
We'll go pull off an upset.
They will be the 11th seed in the Big Ten women's
wild.
tournament next week.
We got a tech guru in our studio right now. Dan, this is Black History Month. Happy Black History Month to you. I want to give you a fun fact. In 1992, Dr. Mae Jemison became the first African-American woman to go into space aboard the Space Shuttle Endeavour. And during her 8-day mission, she worked with U.S. and Japanese researchers and later was a co-investigator on a bone cell experiment. How about that one, Dan?
Look at that. I think Dan's intrigued by that.
He said fascinating.
My crusade against fanatics will continue. I will not relent, nor will I die down. One man, I will do it. They have put jerseys for the World Baseball Classic up for sale. You ready for these two details?
Oh, no.
Here they come. You want to buy a Team USA jersey, right? I'm an Aaron Judge fan. He's playing Team USA. Let's go buy the jersey.
Yeah, $99.
It's going to cost you over $400 for a jersey. The current price for an Aaron Judge jersey on Fanatics website is $419. Oh, by the way, you buy one of those. I got that kind of money. Let's buy one. I'm going to wear it for the World Baseball Classic.
They're out of stock?
It's not shipping until the tournament's over.
There you go. All right. More women's basketball, Black History Month, and Fanatics.com stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Heard missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at WarrenAllen.com.
The home of the first.
All right, we're having fun on a Thursday. Welcome back in. Dan, the tech guy, just lit off 5 straight sneezes.
5 straight.
And it was impressive. His tone of sneeze, too. I love comparing tones of sneezes.
Yeah.
And how different. Everybody's got a different tone and
like
a strength.
a high pitch?
No, it
It wasn't high pitch. It was kind of like he was trying to hold it back a little bit. Like he's 80% of the way there, and he's like, no. And then he kept going over and over again. Impressive.
Kind of sound like a Japanese guy struggling to cut steak.
Yes.
Like, oh, are you all right over there, dude? Like, damn. What?
You all right?
I'm all right. It was just the sound effect was perfect.
Is that not how it sounds?
That's exactly how it sounded.
It was great. It was 5 straight. I haven't seen 5 straight in a
row is
minute,
impressive, dude.
Usually it's a 3. I'm a maxer at 3.
5 in a row is impressive.
I've rattled off 10 straight before.
10 straight?
10 in a row?
You get pepper up your nose?
How many does it take until you're like, is something wrong with me?
Usually around 6 or 7, I will
If I
drop an
sneeze
F-bomb.
6 in a row?
You've had like multiple times past 6?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Dude,
Like, you're
3
just still
is
going?
like the perfect number. Because 2 is good, but 3 is like
Usually it's
there's
3.
some finality to the
I
3.
very-
Like the wife
rarely
will,
reach
the wife
3.
will start
Really?
counting
2 max.
if I like have a sneeze, and she'll be like,
Is this a common thing that happens for you? Like this regularly happens, or once in a blue moon, or
just once in a while? But it'll get like, and you'll get that tingly feeling at the top
Oh,
of your
yeah.
nose,
And
and
just
it
can't
won't
get rid
go
of it.
away.
Yeah.
Sneezing is underrated. I enjoy it.
Yeah.
And I think I get super annoyed when I feel the sneeze coming and it doesn't actually happen. I'd rather the sneeze happen.
Yeah,
Yes.
I need to get it out of the system.
Yeah, and then when it's there, it's clearly tingling, and then goes away. You're like, no.
no, hold it.
And then at some point, it's going to happen.
Go inhale some pepper.
No.
Yeah,
and if
wow.
I get a really bad, it's usually first thing when I wake up in the morning for some reason.
Really?
And I have no idea because I'm not congested. It's not
No.
like I'm stuffed up.
No, and you're like getting
I
rid
don't
of
know what it is.
mucus or snot or whatever. Interesting stuff. I was going to pass this along. We're not going to have enough time to get anything in here. There was an NFL trade that went down today. We'll see if we get into that in the final segment. Also, I got some audio of coaches I need to play with you. Before I get to the other thing I was going to talk about here, how about a quick reminder? Did you know right now, if you text the word hockey, hold on, pull a read, hockey, HOCKEY, to 503-864-6326, you will be entered for a chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets to see the Portland Winterhawks on March 7th or 8th at the VMC. I had that read. I was ready to go. I knew we had to do that in the show. I never forget things.
To the roof, Daddy! Look at this, look at that!
Again, that is, they're going to let you pick the date, March 7th or March 8th, right around the corner, 503-864-6326. Text the word hockey into the fan text line, and you'll be entered for a chance to win. This was in my Magic hat. I'm not going to hold it over because it's not really worthy, but we did have a ruling, an official ruling. So we've had this debate many a times off the air about GIFs. Is it GIF? Is it GIF? How do you pronounce it? How do you say it?
People get really angry about that
It's a
word.
very controversial debate, and it fires people up. Now, our understanding of it is we go by GIF, even though people say that's not the right pronunciation, because the man who invented it
said it's called
said,
the GIF.
that's what I wanted to call it. So that's what we're going to call it. He invented it. That's what we're going to call it. We now have an official ruling on something else that is very controversial. A judge has ordered.
A judge?
A judge. This went all the way to trial.
We had somebody tag us in this. I'm glad you brought this up.
It is official. Buffalo Wild Wings can continue marketing its boneless wings as boneless wings, even though
they're nuggets.
They are chicken nuggets.
We need to have a conversation at some point of, I need the video of the argument against Buffalo Wild Wings and how bad they failed.
Why wasn't this? Is court TV still a thing? Does
this
that
needed
still
to
exist?
be Judge Judy. Like, we needed this on television.
Yeah,
How was
are
it not?
those not mandated shows?
A federal judge, just literally last week, somebody filed a lawsuit against misleading advertising.
Right.
I think was the basis of the lawsuit.
Which,
saying
by the way,
that they're,
what a loser.
I know. Who's got that time on there?
Why do you care that bad?
I don't
It's
even
more
know how
funny
much he
just
was
call 'em chicken
asking for, too. Like, who knows? But he was trying to claim that these are not you're lying about the kind of meat that it is. And
it's not wing meat.
It's not wing meat.
Probably breast meat.
Yes.
Really?
And then the judge said, no.
Why do you concern yourself with that?
These are not chicken nuggets.
Know.
It's in sauce. It's unhealthy. Just eat it.
The person's name was Eamon Halim, I think is the person, argued that the product was not actual wing meat and should be labeled chicken nuggets or poppers. And the judge dismissed the suit, stating it lacks sufficient evidence for consumer deception and that reasonable consumers know that these are not deboned chicken wings. So what are we doing here?
All right. There you go.
So it's now been official. You can call them boneless wings. It has been settled in a court of law.
All right.
I'm a big boneless wings guy.
Look, I love a boneless wing. I'll eat a boneless wing. I'm not anti. I'd rather have the bone in than the bone out.
I'm kind of in the mood for boneless wings now, to be honest with you.
They're
now
also
that we're talking about
nuggets.
them.
I mean,
they are chicken
They're
nuggets.
chicken nuggets.
If you make homemade chicken nuggets, they more look like the boneless wings at Buffalo Wild Wings than they do chicken nuggets at fast
I'm a
food.
classic wing. I still.
Me too.
They're
flats.
Ooh, controversial.
Flats the better one to dip.
That I agree with.
Oh,
how often do you dip your wings? I don't dip my wings.
I don't dip them every time, but if I have a good dipping sauce, I will dip a wing.
I just want the sauce on the wing. Toss my sauce on the wing.
Yeah.
I don't need multi sauces.
No,
dude, you toss it for me all day. But like, if you're dipping one of the two, the drumstick's terrible. It just gets at the end of the drumstick. You're not eating that. You're just licking the bone.
That is a fair point. I will grant you that I'm probably more pro bone in. I bone in probably,
yes.
but it's a slim. We're split electorate here.
Oh,
in the dirt household and the dirt mind.
My
52-48. I love boneless wings. Poke it with
boneless
a fork.
wings.
Then I'll dip it in the sauce.
After
and then you eat
a
it in one bite.
while, the breading on it is overwhelming.
Oh, you don't like the fried breading?
No, because I think some of them they overdo it. It's way too much.
You're using a fork?
Yeah. That's usually the purpose of me eating a boneless wing is I don't have to get my fingers messy.
Well, if they're
Because
covered
if I'm
in a
eating
sauce,
wings,
that's different.
Yes, and I always get them covered in sauce.
See, I would rather have a dip.
Because in some settings, I don't want my finger. That's the only negative to me of wings is that there's a cleanup process involved. I need a wet wipe. I got things all over my fingers. Now they're sticky. Now I got to go wash. If I get boneless,
That's part of the journey, though.
Sometimes I just want to fork it.
Yeah. Okay. Quick and easy. I get it.
So it has been ruled. We can no longer debate. They are officially boneless wings, according to a court of law. We'll wrap it up. Blazers back in action, and we got a trade in the NFL. We'll close it up next on 105.1 FM The Fan. All right, we'll close up the show today in the National Football League before we get to the Blazers in action tonight in Chicago. We had a trade this morning, first one of the offseason. You ready for this?
This is a decently named trade.
Okay. Jermaine Johnson, who's been on the block, I feel like, for 2 years for New York.
He was one of
Jets.
the ones with the Niners and other teams at the trade deadline that many thought they would get him because the Jets were out. Then the Jets were like, we're not going to trade him. And then other teams were like, they were asking for way too much. And now here they are making their trade.
He will be reunited with his former head coach because he's going to Tennessee in exchange for Tavondre Sweat, who is a defensive tackle. So it's a defensive end for a defensive tackle. I don't think there's any other details in this. Or is that it? Is
That's
that straight
the only
up?
one I've seen so far.
No other draft. I don't think there's any draft picks involved in it.
Well, it can't become official till the new league year starts March 11th, so there might be some a fifth pick for a seventh pick or something like that.
Could be some swapping down the road, if you will. And this has opened everybody up to say the Jets are going to take an edge rusher because they just traded an edge rusher. They have the second overall pick of the draft. And who is largely getting comped to them at the number 2 spot is Arvell Reese, who set up an outside linebacker edge rusher. And so we had our first trade of the offseason in the NFL.
Do you think Arvell Reese is going to be better than David Bailey? Or do you like Ruben Bain, who says, they don't care about arm length, they care about your tape?
We have his arm length.
How shockingly short is it? Because that's the only thing with him that people are
Do you guys have a frame of reference of arm length?
None.
So if I give you a number, you won't be able to tell me. They were below 31 inches.
Okay.
So that is 2 feet 7 inches per arm.
How tall is he? Is he like 6'3"?
It's like 6'3".
He measured, about that, 263 pounds.
So that his arms are shorter than his height. That's always kind of been the thing.
9 1/8 inch hands. Yeah, just below 31 inches for the arms. 77, and a half wingspan.
I mean, where are you at on that? Because Will Campbell was good until he wasn't good. And the big thing with him as a tackle was arm length. And I don't know if we probably have other guys in the history of the league where the hands and the arms are smaller and they still outperform. But, like, Bain was, he's being asked about it, right? But he's like, they care about the tape, not the arm length.
Yeah.
But are you
I
Bain?
thought the arm length was more important for, like, an offensive tackle.
It is.
Where you can keep guys at
But his
distance.
is a big deal because...
Well, I know. You're trying to throw guys away coming off the edge.
Like we saw Bailey. Bailey's arms are insane.
It's insanely long.
So do you go Bailey, Reese, Bain? The Reese one is fascinating, man.
Yeah.
I heard his name throughout the year, but, like, he has shot way up the last month and a half, 2 months.
One of those, I think, of the measurements. He was a very good player in college.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, but I think it's also the projection and the measurements and all that stuff of, like, what you would want, the frame you would want at that position. He maybe embodies that more than the other guys.
Yeah.
I'd probably go Reese 1, Bailey 2, and Bain 3.
I love Bailey. I saw the Albert Breer one. We can get into this because we didn't get as much football today as I thought we would, and that was my fault. But Albert Breer was basically saying there is a growing thought in the NFL Combine that Kenyon Sadiq is this year's Nick Emenwuri.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to test incredibly well at the Combine.
His physicals are just going to be too much for teams to talk themselves out of it and go, nah.
I've never seen a more physically impressive specimen in my life. Now, I haven't been around NFL sidelines and all that.
Who's the closest second you could come up with?
Ironically, I'd have to go with, and it's not the same in any way, shape, or form. I will never forget standing on the sideline 5 feet away from Andrew Luck and just in awe of just like,
I couldn't believe how big his head was.
God, he's huge.
I mean, he's 6'4", so he's got that,
and he's
right?
every bit of 6'4", and he's thick, and he just was,
His head, though, I remember just looking at his head going, his head is 3 times bigger than my head.
I mean, seeing Kenyon Sadiq warm up, though, you're just like, this doesn't make any sense. How are you this big? How is it possible you're this big? You're too big.
Yeah.
How do you get this way? So he's going to skyrocket up. We also have news. We can hold this, talk about it more tomorrow if you want, if there's anything there. The Colts are allowing Anthony Richardson to seek a trade partner.
Did they really have to allow him to do that?
No, I mean, legally, yes. Contractually, yes, I think. Let me ask you this, because they exist.
Sorry.
Who is the fan base that is so downtrodden?
I'm Chris Ballard, and I got some. Hey, Anthony Richardson's looking for a trade.
All right.
Okay.
Does anybody want him?
Good luck, dude. Let me know what you hear back.
Who is the fan base that is so downtrodden that they talk themselves into it being a good move? Because they exist. Somebody out there will be like, dude,
The Cardinals, the Jets.
If they trade, like Jets
the Cardinals
fans
have Jacoby Brissett. Like
you're right. The Jets just did this though with Fields, and it was like
the same
disaster.
thing. You're going to do the same.
Although
thing
he did
again.
have the Bill moment. Never
did.
take away that Buffalo Bill game.
He did have that game. Almost beat Aaron Rodgers in week 1.
This is your all-time bad one.
Oh, horrible.
I mean, you were like, I'm all in. I was like, really?
Dude, he's a physical freak. Sign the guy. We'll teach him how to play quarterback later. Don't worry about it.
I heard Sukanik say this yesterday of like a guy, he had an example that he played with that switched positions and became like a pretty stable 8-9 year guy playing from quarterback to tight end. Are we sure he can't play another position?
I'd kick around the idea. Why can't you be a Taysom Hill? You're big enough. You're strong enough. Are you physical enough? I don't know. But
yeah, I don't know. His body can't take any hits. Every time he gets hit, his shoulder's out.
Yeah,
because he probably makes more sense as like a slot receiver or something.
Can we put him on the edge of a field goal kick block? And then like he's a sneaky little fake field goal guy.
Oh, there you go. Toss it to him. He'll throw one every now and then.
I mean, why not try something? Get weird with it.
Dude,
good luck trading for
Did
him,
he
by the
need
way.
to ask?
No,
Go ahead, dude. Who
the
wants
delivery and the facial reaction of like,
perfect.
Cool.
So,
it's like a guy getting dumped even though he wanted to dump her.
Oh,
what? All right. Good luck.
No counter argument here.
You're not going to fight for me?
Let's score separate ways.
You've made your point.
I'm going to finish my meal, and I'm going to walk
done.
home. I'm going to be pretty happy about this. Blazers back in action tonight, 5 o'clock start time, I believe, right? 5 p.m. tip-off time in Chicago.
I am going to miss a decent chunk of this game. I have basketball practice.
Yeah, hoops tonight?
Yeah.
We got Pilots women's action at the
I'll be the
at
representative on the show.
Are you really going to watch the whole game?
I mean, I'll be home. I got nothing to do tonight. We'll probably actually be home right around 5-star making dinner, so it's actually timing of it's perfect because we'll get outside
Portland
in the afternoon.
minus 4.5.
Why is the line only 4.5? If Chicago's that bad?
Lines aren't really as big as you think they would be.
Okay.
Like if the Thunder are playing...
The Mavs are a bigger favorite against the Kings than we are over the
Mavs
Bulls.
are also tanking.
That's what I'm saying. They're openly trying to lose, and they're a bigger favorite against a team who's...
The Kings are...
I'm just asking questions.
Maybe the worst team in the league right now.
Okay.
And the Mavs are at home.
New Orleans is a 6.5-point favorite over the Jazz.
I mean, the Jazz are shutting all of the players down.
The Pelicans have fewer wins than the Jazz do.
I know, but where they're at record-wise is not maybe representative of the situation.
Do we think they cover tonight? Do they get it?
Yeah.
Laying the wood? Laying the 4.5?
You're laying wood on 4.5?
4.5. I'm not gambling on the Blazers the rest of the year.
Really?
I have no clue what we're going to get night in and night out.
You're better served to just gamble props of that team.
Yeah, or just wait. If you get a feeling like early they're down or they're up, I might take the other side of it because you could tell me a swing might come. I'll watch a game tonight. They're in Chicago, 5 o'clock, start of a 5-game road trip. That will do it for us, folks. If you missed it today, we had Bill Orm on to talk about the future of the Civil War and his plea to keep playing the game. Brooke Olzendam just had a big health scare. She is the queen of Rip City, and she's got a great fundraiser going on as well right now. So go catch both those, 1051thefan.com, 1051thefan on Twitter, @Sprague on Twitter. We'll set them out here as soon as we are done. Thanks so much for being a part of our Thursday, everybody. Tomorrow's a football Friday, a fastball Friday, a fast break Friday, a flop shop Friday, and it's going to be a lot of fun. We'll talk to you at 6 a.m. The Firm. Harrison Morangas next. Listen to 1051 FM The Fan.